And this is going to be the first episode in a brand new series, which is based upon a book that's tied for my favorite spiritual work of all time, and that is The Law of One. And so The Law of One is a channeled work from the early 1980s by a group of 3 people who were sort of dedicated channelers named Don Elkins, who is the questioner, Jim McCarty, who is the scribe, and Carla Ruckart, who was the channeler. This group ended up contacting an entity named Ra, who explained that it is a 6th density social memory complex. And I'm sure that most of you have no clue what that means right now, but don't worry, because you will. So Ra explains that they apparently visited ancient Egypt a few thousand years ago to dictate their message that they call the Law of One, as well as teaching them how to build the pyramids as healing centers, how to use crystals, the 7 chakras, the tarot deck, the archetypal mind, many other concepts such as these. But a few hundred years after they had stopped communicating with Egypt, their message had been severely distorted in a number of ways. And so because of this, Ra says that they felt a sense of obligation or duty to eventually return and dictate the Law of One again to a group that had a lower probability of distorting their message. And so that's why Ra contacted this group of Jim, Don, and Carla in the 1980s. This book is really remarkable and unique in a number of different ways, but most notably because it is like a PhD level dissertation in metaphysics. The only difficult thing about reading this book is that because Ra is orders of magnitude more intelligent than the average person, the language he uses can be very dense and intellectual, which can make it a little bit tricky to follow. Ra always uses the most accurate possible word available for the message that they're trying to send. And so this means that most of the words that Ra chooses are, let's just say, very big words. So the book kind of has its own unique language that takes a little bit of time to adjust to, because Ra also will use verbiage to refer to concepts that's different in understanding than our verbiage of that concept. So for example, instead of saying person or human, Ra will say mind-body-spirit complex. So it does help to have someone who understands the language of the book to translate it for you, which is what I'm going to attempt to do in this series. I do recommend that anyone who's interested in this kind of material should read the books for themselves or listen to the books, because it's really an experience unlike any other. I've listened to the books 3 times through now, and each time I listen to them, it becomes more and more incredible. And the coolest part is you can actually listen to all 106 channeled sessions from the 1980s if you go to their website, lawofone.info. So with that being said, let's get into the topic for today's video, which is going to serve as sort of the foundation for every other lesson that we will learn in this series. And that is the 7 densities of consciousness. Now this subject is really interesting because it goes very deep into the science of reincarnation and the evolution of the soul. The number 7 is a very important number within the metaphysical structure of the universe. The 7 densities of consciousness correspond to each of the 7 energy centers in our body, the 7 musical notes on a scale, and the 7 colors within the rainbow. And so this topic will really make sense for you out of some of the mysteries of life, evolution, and consciousness in a way that nothing else really can. So Ra explains that the universe is the mechanism for the one infinite creator to know and experience itself. There are infinite universes, which Ra calls octaves, and the one that we're in is merely one of these infinite number of octaves. Ra explains that the evolution of consciousness within each octave works in 7 major stages, or densities. A density represents the entanglement of light within a certain vibrational range. So the lower the density, the slower the vibratory rate, and the less capacity for the expression of consciousness. The higher densities have a faster vibratory rate and more ability to express consciousness in its fullness, and this is what drives the engine of evolution. Now, evolution is a fundamental principle within the universe. Everything in creation must be an organic, authentic experience, which means that everything must come through evolution. So in the same way that everything within the physical world evolves, everything within the metaphysical world also evolves, including consciousness. So if we go all the way back to the formation of our solar system, we can see what happened at the beginning of the formation of the first density of consciousness. The first density is that of beingness or awareness and is associated with the red ray or root chakra energy center and the atomic body. This includes all organic matter, which are the four elements of earth, water, fire, and air. As the sun condensed into our star and planets began to form, the Earth spent billions of years in a timeless state of being. After a few billion years of rock, magma, water, and air interacting with one another, the friction of this interaction eventually began to evolve consciousness into the second density, which is the density of growth and movement and is associated with the orange ray sacral chakra and chemical body. The second density includes all biological life and organic matter that has autonomous movement, all the way down from microbial life up to plants and animals. In this density, consciousness becomes aware of different portions of itself communicating with one another. And through this communication, a second stage is reached where consciousness has learned the lessons of beingness and can now begin to respond to its environment through this newly learned awareness. So as it begins to generate a realization of space and time, consciousness takes on a new vehicle of exploration. The latest stage of second density would be animals who become pets, and through their interactions with humans, such as being given a name, boundaries, and affection, the animal begins to develop a sense of self-awareness which allows consciousness to begin evolving into the third density. Third density is that of self-awareness and the choice. It is associated with the yellow ray or solar plexus chakra and also chemical body. The third density is where each and every one of us find ourselves right now and is actually the shortest and most intense of all the 7 density levels in terms of incarnation cycles. This is because of 2 major factors: the introduction of polarity and what Ra calls the veil of forgetting. The veiling process occurs in third density to shroud each entity's memory from their previous incarnations, so that there is no awareness that the soul is on an evolutionary journey. This allows each entity to make a completely authentic choice between the positive and negative polarities. The catalyst for evolution in third density is psychological suffering. And this is why the third density is so difficult in comparison to all the others. Suffering forces consciousness to gain freedom from the ego, which was built through the second density. And this allows the entity to eventually become truly autonomous and possess free will. Catalyst in third density is very high because both polarities must be presented in equal proportion. The formation of the ego creates a sense that the entity is separate from everyone and everything, which initially creates a barbaric and hostile behavior at the beginning of third density. This is exactly what we've witnessed in our own human history. But as thousands of years go by and many incarnations are experienced, the soul learns the lessons of love and understanding and begins to remember that it actually is an eternal being having a temporary physical experience. At this point, the choice between the 2 polarities is made. If an entity decides that it prefers the negative polarity, then it begins its evolutionary journey on the service to self path. If it chooses the positive polarity, it begins its journey on the service to others path. So everything about the soul's evolutionary journey hinges around this choice point in the third density that we experience right now. The following 4th through 7th densities are spent exploring, learning, and enhancing the chosen polarity. So we can summarize the first 3 densities by saying that consciousness sleeps in the rock, it dreams in the animal, and it awakens in the human. What's really cool about this understanding is that it gives you a deep sense of appreciation and gratitude for the life that you're living now. Because in order to get to the point where your soul understands all the complexities and variables of the human experience, your consciousness had to first spend billions of years evolving as rock and water and plants and animals, and not to mention probably hundreds of human lifetimes. And so nothing I've shared thus far is really new information because we already know that the first 3 stages or densities of consciousness exist because we can observe them and see them in our own life experience. What we don't know, however, is where the evolution of consciousness goes after the third density. And this is where Ra takes the liberty of informing us. And as you'll see, just like everything else we've ever discovered, The truth of how our universe actually works is always far more amazing than we could have possibly predicted. The fourth density is that of love and understanding and is associated with the green ray or heart chakra and possesses a chemical and light body. Ra states that the average lifespan of a fourth density being is around 90,000 years, and the full evolutionary cycle is around 30 million years. Also, according to Ra, our planet also became a fourth density planet in the year 2012. What this means is that our planetary frequency is now hospitable to begin evolving fourth density bodies. This will obviously take hundreds of thousands of years, but the signs of this evolutionary process are already becoming apparent on our planet. We can actually see the shift in the evolution towards fourth density love in our society because of the dramatic changes in social justice, equal rights for minorities, and awareness of global corruption, which have exploded since the year 2012. The shift into fourth density explains the acceleration of spiritual awakenings, technological advancements, and global communication as the world is becoming increasingly unified and less divided. And this is why so much of the corruption and hypocrisy of our world is currently being exposed. In the fourth density, cross-communication between densities opens up gradually as the veil gradually begins to disappear. This is why we also see a huge increase in channeled works since the 1970s, and this will become increasingly common. In the later stages of fourth density, we're talking millions of years in the future, individual beings begin to join or merge consciousness together to form what is called a social memory complex. These individual entities become a larger entity that serves as a sort of walking library where each entity in the social memory complex has access to everyone else's memories and knowledge. And this process continues to happen through the fifth and sixth density as social memory complexes become larger and more powerful. As a quick side note, the service to self path evolves through the fourth density with an intense narcissism, self-obsession, and hatred of others. The fourth density negative being skips over the green ray chakra because it sees love and understanding as completely useless. And because the entity skips an entire energy center, the evolution through the fourth density is much longer and more difficult for the negative path. This is why almost every channeled book ever written uses the terms we and us instead of I, because after the third density, individual consciousness becomes more and more unified as love increases and spiritual entropy decreases. And so this is also why teachers such as Abraham Hicks and Bashar will say we and us when they speak instead of I, because the entity that they are channeling is a social memory complex. This is also why at the beginning of the Bible it states in Genesis, "Let us create man in our image and after our likeness." And so due to the formation of these social memory complexes, communication quickly becomes more and more telepathic, and this results in the complete disappearance of any ability to be dishonest. And so as the veil of forgetting gradually disappears over the coming millennia, we're going to see more and more people commonly being born who remember their past lives as well. So being in a third density incarnation, each one of us currently possesses a yellow ray chemical body. Each density level has its own energy body that corresponds to that energy center. So a first density or red ray body would be purely atomic, such as rock or water. And this body has much less ability to express consciousness than an orange or yellow ray body of the animal or the human. But when you dream at night, or if you know how to astral project, the body that you take with you is your indigo ray or pineal gland body, while your yellow ray chemical body is sound asleep in bed. And this indigo ray body, which is essentially made of pure light, can walk through walls and transform itself and basically do whatever it wants. That is the type of body that a sixth density being possesses natively. All physical material is essentially electromagnetism. And so light bodies exist farther up the scale of electromagnetism, which means that they have more ability to express consciousness. So you can see that there's a really drastic difference in the ability to express consciousness at each density level because of this sliding scale of electromagnetism. So it doesn't mean that it's impossible for us at this level to do things like physical healing or psychic powers or telepathy. It just means that it's much more difficult due to these heavy, dense chemical bodies that we possess. So if a fourth density extraterrestrial being came to visit us here in physical form, they would be able to do things and know things that would appear godlike to us, in the same way that our ability to use verbal language and make tools and technology appears godlike to a second density animal. And so with that in mind, the difference between fourth and fifth density is equally as drastic. The fifth density is that of wisdom and light and is associated with the blue ray or throat chakra and is the first body in the densities to be entirely made of light. There's certain imbalances in the fourth density that seek to become balanced in the fifth density because there's an overzealousness in the fourth density service that can lead to martyrdom, meaning the sacrificing of oneself in order to serve another self. And so the fifth density balances out the love and understanding learned in fourth density with the wisdom of the fifth. Later density souls do often choose to incarnate back into the third density to be of service by bringing their higher frequency to the third density plane of the choice. This is what the term an old soul refers to. So Mother Teresa and Martin Luther King are perfect examples of fourth density beings, while a fifth density being would be akin to the Buddha or an enlightened master or sage. It's almost a guarantee that many of the enlightened masters we know of are fifth density souls who have incarnated into third density to be of service to our collective by bringing their light and wisdom. Because the fifth density body is one of light, this is why angels in every spiritual text throughout history are always said to be beings of light. The fifth density being retreats completely in itself and spends much of its incarnation alone learning the lessons of wisdom. This is essentially where the total selflessness of fourth density learning meets the total self-sufficiency of the fifth. The lessons of fifth density are knowing that all is unfolding according to divine purpose and right action is only taken when it is felt to be appropriate and honoring to the free will of the other self. Fifth density beings have almost total freedom in time and space, such as the ability to teleport through thought, the power to manipulate consciousness, to create matter out of light, and so forth. Basically anything that you can do in a lucid dream, a fifth density being can do in this dimension. By the fifth density, social memory complexes become much larger and more powerful, usually containing an entire planetary civilization. Each density level reaches for the next one, or you could say is pulled by the spiritual gravity of the following density level. So in the same way that the third density is pulled by the gravity of love and understanding in the fourth, the fifth density is pulled by the desire to attain perfect balance of love and wisdom in the sixth density. The sixth density is that of unity and balance and is associated with the indigo ray or third eye chakra and is also a light body. The sixth density turns its gaze towards the balance of love and wisdom. It is an extremely fine-tuned state of consciousness as perfect balance between love and wisdom has been achieved. However, Ra states that the negative path cannot progress past early sixth density because the spiritual entropy becomes too great by this point. And so the negative entity, realizing in its gathered wisdom that further evolution is impossible, then concedes to the path of love and light and reverses its polarity, after, of course, much internal struggle. On the positive path in sixth density, all polarization that can be achieved through service to others has already been achieved. And so this is when the sixth density soul essentially turns backwards in time and becomes what we call the higher self in order to complete its polarization through the sixth density. That's correct. Your higher self is literally you from the future, albeit billions of years in the future. Being outside of space and time, the sixth density soul serves as a guide to every previous incarnation it has lived, and this service allows it to polarize further towards the seventh density. While Ra does not state how long a fifth density incarnation cycle is, he does state that a sixth density incarnation is around 75 million years. After this time period, the soul begins to approach the final stage in the evolution of consciousness. The seventh density is the gateway density and is associated with the violet ray or crown chakra light body. This is the final density of this octave. This is where all personal identity and memory is lost as you merge back into the source. This doesn't actually mean that you lose anything, but that you actually gain everything else. Not much is known about what the seventh density is like because, as Ra states, They have not progressed that far yet, and so they only know what small details their own 7th density masters have shared with them. So what we do know is that the 7th density serves as teachers and guides to the higher self of 6th density. But it's essentially as if the 7th density has 1 foot in eternity and 1 foot still in manifestation, right before the merge is complete and total oneness with the Creator is achieved. Everything in creation down from the 1st density of a rock is being pulled by this ultimate desire to merge back with the All. After 7th density is completed, the 8th density is essentially the 1st density of the next octave. In the same way that the 8th note of a musical scale is actually the tonic or the octave above that same scale. A brand new universe with brand new experiences of that which we cannot possibly imagine. To give you one last caveat to the 7 densities, Ra states that each density level has 7 sub-densities within it, which each have 7 sub-sub-densities, and so on for infinity. So there is no actual dividing line between the densities of consciousness, as everything just exists on a spectrum. But this is essentially the way that the higher density beings have mapped this out for ease of understanding. So as you can see, the evolution of consciousness works much the same way as grades in school or a belt system in martial arts. Once a certain grade has been mastered or a certain belt has been mastered, there comes this natural desire to continue progressing. The innate desire that all of us have to continue progressing in everything that we do is actually the pull from the Creator that is compelling us to continue evolving and growing and eventually merging back with the Source. Everything in all of creation, even the negative path, everything eventually returns to the same source. So not only is this not the only life you have, it's actually just the beginning. The incarnation that all of us find ourselves in right now is actually a type of consciousness kindergarten. We're here to learn the nature of polarity and eventually make our choice between the two. And based upon the choice that we make, we will spend the rest of our soul's evolution progressing up the densities of that polarity. Neither choice is right nor wrong. It's simply up to you. This is going to be the 2nd installment in my Law of One series. And in this video, we're going to be talking about a topic from the books that is a real mind bender for me. And that is the concept of the Logos. Now, Ra talks quite a bit about the Logos throughout the books because it is a very foundational subject in understanding creation and the universe and most specifically our solar system. And so the word Logos is a Greek word that comes most famously from the 1st chapter in the book of John in the Bible, which reads, "In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. All things were made through it, and without it nothing was made that has been made." Now this passage is very interesting because it is remarkably accurate to what Ra shares in the Law of One about the Logos, although not in the way that you might think. And so what I'm about to share with you is going to radically change your view of this scripture in the best way possible. So the Greek word logos literally means word, plan, or reason. Ra describes that all of creation is a part of one original thought. This original thought is the Logos. Now, the one thought or Logos then goes out and continues to expand within the mind of the one infinite Creator, allowing it to further explore and express and experience itself. And this process is obviously never ending because the one Creator is infinite. But let's go ahead and break down how Ra describes the creation process in the Law of One, and you'll begin to see some of the interesting synchronicities that it has with the passage in John chapter 1. A common belief in religion is that God has no limitations. And as all spiritual truths go, this is ultimately a paradox because the statement is correct and incorrect. The only limitation you could say that God has is that without experience, God cannot know what God is like. Because without experience, God is just pure, perfect, original innocence. Meaning that there is no other being earlier than God who can explain to God what it is like. Ultimately, the Creator has to do this job itself. So it needs to create some kind of medium through which to explore and express and experience itself. And that's what the universe is. But the statement is also incorrect because the Creator is infinite and eternal, meaning that it has always been exploring and expressing itself in this fashion. So I don't really care if you agree with this concept because your theology is your business. I'm just letting you know that this is what Ra explains and breaks down in the Law of One. So understand that everything I'm about to lay out for you is ultimately a simultaneous happening. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to lay it out for you in a more linear fashion. Ra explains that the first known thing in creation is infinity. The next thing that happened was that infinity became aware. After that, awareness led to the focus of infinity into infinite energy. And this infinite energy can be accurately called love or logos. As Ra states in session 13, quote, "The Creator is the focusing of infinity as an aware or conscious principle called by us, as closely as we can create understanding in your language, intelligent infinity." The next step after intelligent infinity was established is what Ra calls the first primal distortion of the Law of One, which we refer to as free will. Thus, an infinite number of dimensions becomes possible. Ra goes on to say, quote, "The energy moves from the intelligent infinity due first to the outpouring of randomized creative force. This then creating the patterns which in holographic style appear as the entire creation of matter in which direction of energy is explored. These patterns of energy begin then to regularize in their own local, shall we say, rhythms and fields of energy, thus creating dimensions and universes." So in summary, Ra is saying that because all energy is intelligent, the Logos basically just sent out this intelligent energy randomly, not knowing where or what it would do, until it began to form patterns and rhythms that eventually became a structure which the Logos could work with. After this was the creation of light, and therefore physical matter. Ra explains that light is the expression of love in physical form and has intelligence. Ra calls it love light. So this is where the interesting stuff begins. Ra explains that each level of creation is, in a sense, its own God that forms its own structure and order for the following level to create from. Creation is fractal in nature, which means that every part demonstrates the whole and is an expression of the same blueprint at different scales. So the first thing which was formed in the universe after the Big Bang would have been the major galaxies. A galaxy is the first logos. The galaxy itself is not the logos because the logos is a non-physical consciousness, but the galaxy is the physical manifestation of the logos. So the galaxy then decides how to order and structure itself. All of the laws, vibratory patterns, chemicals, and elements it will have within it, and this is how it will ultimately express the Creator. As we know through our own science, the size and shapes of galaxies differs quite dramatically throughout the universe. Each galaxy is in a sense its own experiment and is as unique as each person is unique. The next stage of creation would be stars, which Ra calls the sub-logos. Each star designs its own archetypal system, which we call the archetypal mind, as we know through astrology and the tarot deck, and then the planetary bodies are formed as an expression of those archetypes. From there, each planetary body serves as the sub-sub-logos and decides what patterns of evolution will occur within it based upon the chemical structure it was given by the sub-logos. Each sub-sub-logos, or planet, may even throw in some new evolutionary wrinkles of its own. From that point, each living creature on the planet would be also a sub-sub-logos, which has free will to explore and create as it wishes within the structure that it was given. And this is essentially what you and I are doing with our own lives each and every day. The expression of our own unique free will is ultimately the expression of the one infinite Creator. So you can see that the Logos works in hierarchies, and that each level is its own individualized portion of intelligent infinity and is responsible for its own unique expression of the Creator. And this is a little bit ironic to me because although traditional religion has typically shit all over the ancient world for worshiping the stars and planets as being gods, according to what Ra explains, this is precisely the case. Every galaxy and star and planet is basically one localized unit of God's infinite mind exploring and expressing itself in its own unique way. And because our minds are so limited, we struggle to perceive true simultaneity. And so, contrary to the popular religious belief, God did not just speak a word and poof everything into existence all at once. In fact, God did not even speak creation into existence because God is still in the process of creating and always will be. Everything is an ongoing evolutionary process that has no end or beginning. This is a somewhat poor analogy, but you could say that the sun is the child of the galaxy, the planets are the children of the sun, and we are the children of the planet. Ultimately, everything is the child of the one Logos, or the one original thought of God. So in the same way that every parent passes down their genetic traits to their child, it still allows that child to be a unique expression of the parent. So in the same way, each Logos passes down its traits, or structures that it creates, to the following sub-Logos, while allowing that sub-Logos to be its own unique expression. And so this uniqueness that we see expressed everywhere we look in the entire universe is basically the proof or the demonstration that God is infinite. The ultimate purpose of the Logos is to explore the Creator. As the exploration begins, each Logos finds its focus and becomes a co-creator. Each level of sub-Logos is given a structure to work with and then creates and expresses with its own free will. Each Logos channels the love light made by the Creator into what Ra calls intelligent energy. All energy in the universe is intelligent, and this intelligent energy creates the natural laws of any particular universe. You can look at each level of creation as an experiment. Each universe allows for further diversity and explores new aspects of the Creator which have not been explored before. But here's the real mind-blower. Ra explains that each Logos has access to the knowledge gained by every other Logos in the universe, and they use this knowledge to decide what new variations they will experiment with in their creation. Let's look at an example of this idea. Ra explains that both Venus and Mars had evolved intelligent life much earlier than Earth. Ra is actually a social memory complex of the entire planetary system of Venus from a few billion years ago. Ra explains that their planet was very harmonious and evolved through the densities much faster than Mars or Earth did because our particular Logos experimented with a new wrinkle on Earth and Mars, which Ra calls the grasping thumb. Ra explains that the beings on Mars, just like Earth, evolved the opposable thumb, which caused them to become fascinated with creating hand tools as they evolved, and eventually this led to the creation of weapons. This is exactly what we've seen in human evolution on Earth. The invention of handheld weapons was never conceived on Venus because they had no opposable thumb, so their evolution into the green ray density of love was much quicker and more harmonious without so much war and conflict. Interestingly enough, this lines up perfectly with the archetypes from our astrological system. Astrology says that Venus expresses beauty and harmony and is ruled by the goddess of love from Greek mythology, while Mars expresses will and determination and is ruled by the god of war. So the sub-Logos literally didn't know what would happen until it tried the experiment out and saw the results. This information is now known by all other Logos in the universe, which isn't to say that it had not been tried before, but that perhaps it had not been tried in the way that our particular Logos did. Ra also states that because each sub-Logos or star creates its own system of archetypes, that every single star you can see has its own unique astrological system of archetypes that are different from ours. So in essence, if we could travel to Alpha Centauri and somehow study their astrological system, we would not find the same archetypes we know of in our system, such as Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and so forth. What we would find is an entirely different configuration of planetary archetypes. In one passage, Ra says that there are archetypal systems in the universe that would baffle the mind and confound the intellect. One more interesting fact is that Ra states that just as each universe eventually coalesces and collapses in on itself, creating a new Big Bang and a brand new universe, so also does each star or sub-Logos. Ra explains that physical gravity is the manifestation of a type of spiritual or metaphysical gravity, which is to say that the denser the vibratory pattern is, the greater the spiritual gravity, and vice versa. So once a star system has completed its progression through the densities, the light seeking and finding its final source, then coalesces and absorbs all the light into itself as it returns to the source. What remains is what appears in third density as a black hole. Ra says that black holes are the result of that star, or sublogos, having succeeded in uniting with the Creator and thus ending its physical manifestation. Now, this is only some of the information that Ra shares about the Logos, but I wanted to give you what I believe is the most important and interesting aspects to kind of chew on, because it's really way too much information for one video. But what the Law of One will show you is that the universe truly is infinite in its mysteries, and there is so much more intelligence and harmony at play than we can possibly recognize. Every experience, every creation, every moment, and everything is ultimately serving to allow the one infinite Creator to know itself. Or should I say, to allow you to know yourself. As Ra states many times throughout the books, the nature of reality is such that everything begins and ends in mystery. So I'd like to leave you with one final quote from Ra. Consider, if you will, that the universe is infinite. This has yet to be proven or disproven, but we can assure you that there is no end to yourselves, your understanding, what you would call your journey of seeking, or your perceptions of creation. You are everything, every being, every emotion, every event, every situation. You are unity, you are infinity, you are love light and light love. This is the Law of One. And in today's video, we're talking about the science of angels as described in the Law of One. Now, by the end of this video, you're going to have a completely new understanding of what these beings we commonly refer to as angels actually are, where they come from, and how they come to be. Now, I was originally going to do a single video on both angels and demons, but the outline ended up being insanely long, so I decided to split it up into two separate videos so that we can cover each topic thoroughly and not skip over any fun details. So I get asked fairly often if I believe in angels and demons and spirit guides and evil spirits and things of that nature. What do these beings do and what are they all about? And I typically don't answer these questions because, as you'll see from this episode, the answer is a lot more complicated than just a simple yes or no. But if you're someone who's interested in this kind of topic, then strap in your seatbelt because you're definitely going to learn some shit that's going to blow your mind. Now, if you haven't seen the first two episodes in this series yet, then I highly suggest you pause this video and go watch those first, specifically the 7 densities of consciousness. Because if you don't have a solid understanding of what the densities are, then you're probably going to have a really difficult time following this lesson. So for the sake of convenience, I'll put a little card up for you right here. You're welcome. So Ra explains that the third density is that of self-awareness and the choice, which is where every entity chooses which polarity they wish to serve, positive or negative. And these two polarities are not looked at as good and bad, but more like the two poles on a magnet or charges of an electron. Ra refers to them as the service to others path and the service to self path. Now, ultimately, both of these paths serve the self, but the difference is that the path of light serves the self through first serving others in love. And this fills the entity that is serving with more love, light, and spiritual harmony. And the negative path does the reverse. They serve the self at the cost of others through control and manipulation and domination. So you might be wondering, how does each entity choose between the positive and negative paths in the third density? And the answer is that it actually is set up to happen automatically. Each entity goes through this natural choosing process whether or not they are aware of it, because the Creator has set up third density so that every entity will receive an equal amount of positive and negative catalyst. And this process just continues to happen through all of your incarnational cycles until that entity begins to naturally gravitate towards one path or the other. According to Ra, the vast majority of beings in the universe gravitate towards the positive path because it is the path of unity and love and light, whereas the negative path is the path of chaos and struggle and darkness. And so just by its very nature, it is a much more difficult path to sustain. To put this in context, Ra says that in order to graduate to fourth density positive, an entity needs to be at least 51% or more positively oriented. But to graduate to fourth density negative, an entity needs to be at least 95% or more negatively oriented. So without a real blinding commitment to the negative polarity, the service to self path is just too difficult to sustain. So, in other words, it's actually really difficult to become a demon. And this is because of a concept called spiritual entropy. Any system that has a high amount of entropy, or disorder, is obviously going to be a lot more difficult to sustain than a system that has low entropy, or harmony. So although it is very rare, Ra actually does name a few historical figures that we know of who graduated to fourth density negative, but I'm going to save that information for next week's video. So let's talk a little bit more about how each polarity gains in power and evolves up the densities. Ra explains that every entity is oriented somewhere on the spectrum of polarity between positive and negative. Each entity exists somewhere on this continuum and is working on acquiring more power by increasing their polarity. The positive path does this through the love and service to others, and the negative path does this by generating fear in others through control and manipulation. Polarization is much more difficult for the negative path because all polarity must essentially be taken by force. Positive entities gain in polarization by protecting free will and lose polarization when infringing upon free will. But entities on the negative path gain in polarity by infringing upon free will, and they lose polarity by honoring free will. This is how each polarity gains power. The more a polarity is strengthened, the greater the power that entity possesses. Ra explains that during the fourth density, the spiritual gravity of love becomes so great that entities slowly begin to join with one another to form a larger entity called a social memory complex. This was covered in detail in episode 1, so all I'm going to add here is that positive beings join with those whom they love the most, and slowly over time, each social memory complex becomes larger and more powerful as more entities choose to join the group consciousness. So what this means for you and I is that you never actually lose anyone that you love, because at some point in the future, in all of our evolutionary journeys, we will begin to merge consciousness with those beings whom we love the most to form a singular entity where all of our memories and knowledge and wisdom is shared together. And eventually, the entire planetary civilization of Earth and every positively oriented being from it will form a singular planetary entity similar to Ra. So in addition to the concept of spiritual gravity, Ra explains that entities will join into social memory complexes because at some point in our evolutionary process, our ability to gain in polarity by serving alone eventually sort of maxes out. And so by joining with other entities to form a larger and more powerful entity, this sort of opens up brand new possibilities to serve in greater capacities throughout the universe and therefore continue to polarize up the densities. And so some of these new opportunities that open up for social memory complexes would include becoming a guardian over a planetary system and quite often serving as teachers and guides to a lesser evolved planetary civilization such as Ra has done with us. And so with that being said, this brings me now to the connection with angels. What we call angels are actually higher density beings who inhabit light bodies. As the evolution through the fourth density progresses, which takes around 30 million years, the incarnational body gradually shifts from chemical to electromagnetic, or light. Ra says that incarnating into a light body begins around late fourth to early fifth density. This is also why all ancient scriptures that speak of encounters with angels always refer to them as beings of light. And likewise, what we call archangels in religious mythology, such as Michael and Gabriel, are actually social memory complexes who serve as guardians and council members over the solar system. Ra could also be considered an archangel in this regard. Angels are not unique servants of God as religion teaches, but they are actually beings just like you and I who are simply much farther down their evolutionary path. Ra states that these angels also serve together in a type of group or bureaucracy where they decide together how to best serve those in the solar system. Ra also gives a name to this group of angels and explains that it is a group of social memory complexes that Ra calls the Confederation of Planets. Now, this is not their actual name, it's just the verbiage that Ra uses to describe their function in our language. When asked to elaborate about the Confederation in Session 6, Ra says, quote, "I am one of the members of the Confederation of Planets in service of the Infinite Creator. There are approximately 53 civilizations comprising approximately 500 planetary consciousness complexes in this confederation. This confederation contains those from your own planet who have attained dimensions beyond your third. It contains planetary entities within your solar system, and it contains planetary entities from other galaxies. It is a true confederation in that its members are not alike, but are allied in service according to the law of one." So Ra goes on to explain that the Confederation is led by 9 archangels of 5th and 6th density. He refers to this group as the Council and says that they are in constant telepathic communication with one another, regardless of where they are in the galaxy. And this is because all communication at higher densities is telepathic and nonverbal. And if the Council of 9 is uncertain on what actions or non-actions to take for any reason, then there's actually another group of 24 higher density beings, most likely of 7th density origin, whom they can contact, and Ra calls this group the Guardians. Ra says that in order to protect free will on our planet, the Confederation creates an energy barrier around planet Earth that Ra calls the Quarantine. This is to prevent any negative entities from coming here to control or enslave. Ra says that the Guardians also monitor the planets constantly, ensuring that any negative entities who would wish to come through the quarantine are met with love and light and quickly decide to retreat. When asked about the Guardians in Session 12, Ra says, quote, "These Guardians sweep the reaches of your Earth's energy fields, attempting to be aware of any entities approaching. An entity which is approaching is hailed in the name of the One Creator. Any entity thus hailed is bathed in love light and will of free will obey the quarantine due to the power of the law of one." So Ra states that the weapon of choice for angels and archangels against the powers of darkness is love. In one session, Ra states that love is the most powerful magic in the universe. So in a very real way, the concept of guardian angels is actually true according to Ra. There are a group of higher density social memory complexes who serve the galaxy in order to protect free will wherever possible. Although angels are full of love, they are also full of deep spiritual wisdom. And so they do not interfere with the path of others unless it is seen as not infringing upon free will. And so this is an important misconception to clear up. Contrary to popular belief, angels do not stop tragic or challenging events from befalling us, because those are always the events that define us and teach us the most. In the mind of angels, personal growth and evolution is always seen as a higher priority than that of temporary comfort. Religion commonly teaches that light and darkness are constantly waging war and trying to snuff one another out. But in truth, higher density beings have the understanding that the universe has already been designed to bring all of us what we need in order to evolve. We call this the law of attraction. But angels understand that all beings ultimately serve to help the Creator know itself. So if an entity is going to choose the negative path, then this decision is also allowed and not infringed upon. Angels are happy to come to your aid if you request them, but they will not give you answers. They only want to help you arrive at the right answers for yourself. If you read the Law of One, you'll see this happening quite often as Ra declines to answer many of the questions that he's asked if he believes that it might be an infringement upon free will. Ra says that angels mostly serve us from afar by sending love and light into the hearts of those beings who are in need of it, and this love and light will infuse them with the power to heal themselves. Another misconception to clear up is that angels and demons do not wage war against one another. Ra explains that the path of light is far more powerful than the path of darkness, and uses the example of a small match illuminating an entire dark room. So although negative entities are extremely crafty and psychically powerful compared to you and I, they are no match for anyone who is filled with love. In truth, if angels wished to, they could easily extinguish all negative entities in the universe. However, the nature of the positive path is love and the protection of free will. And so the positive path never engages in battle with the negative and instead allows them to be on the path that they have chosen. However, this doesn't mean that they don't prevent negative beings from infringing on others' free will whenever possible. The negative entities try to stay as far away from positive entities as they can in order to preserve their hard-earned polarity from being diminished. A run-in with a positive entity who sends love and light can be a huge loss to a negative entity who would end up losing a large amount of polarity and therefore power. So in summary, angels are actually beings just like us who have been where we are now and know exactly the kind of experiences that we are going through. So the guidance that they offer us is always in accordance with love and free will. And perhaps most importantly, it is the destiny of each and every one of us who choose the path of light to also become angels at some point in our soul's evolution. So in a very real sense, you could almost think of angels as us from the future. And in today's video, we're going to be talking about the science of demons as described in the Law of One. So we've talked about the concept of a social memory complex a few times already in this series, which Ra explains is basically the joining or merging of individual consciousness into group consciousness, which takes place at higher density levels of evolution. Now, last week we talked about the concept of angels and archangels as being positive social memory complexes, and in this video we're going to talk about the difference on the negative path. I'm also going to explain one of the most misunderstood topics in all of religion and spirituality, which is demonic possession. But first, let's go ahead and build the foundation for how a demonic entity is created. So as I said in last week's video, Ra explains that in order for a being to graduate to a fourth density negative incarnation after death, they have to first be polarized 95% or more to the negative path. And to give you an idea of just how difficult this is, there's one passage where Ra actually names a couple of historical figures that we know of who did graduate to fourth density negative. Ra states that two historical figures we know of who graduated to fourth density negative are Rasputin and Genghis Khan. Gregory Rasputin was born in Russia in the late 1800s. He was a self-proclaimed holy man who practiced dark magic and attempted to become a monk, but was refused by the clergy. Rasputin believed that the only way to reach God was through sinful actions. He adopted the robes of a monk and traveled the country sinning to his heart's content, killing, stealing, and raping. As you can imagine, he gained many enemies and was even poisoned with cyanide on 2 occasions, but survived both times. Eventually, he was shot, stabbed, and drowned in the Neva River. Genghis Khan was one of the most evil psychopathic humans who's ever lived. He spent almost his entire adult life killing, raping, and pillaging around the world, conquering over 11 million square miles of land, more than twice as much territory as any other human who's ever lived. He raped so many thousands of women that a 2003 study revealed that 16 million humans alive today are direct descendants of Genghis Khan. He would notoriously slaughter huge portions of the population of whatever nation he conquered and use the remaining portion of survivors as human shields in battle. He also murdered his own brother and his own best friend. So needless to say, in order to graduate to fourth density negative, you basically can't have any heart left in you at all. Ra explains that this is because the negative entity skips over the green ray energy center as it sees love as basically useless and seeks to learn the lessons of wisdom from the blue ray chakra and the psychic powers from the indigo ray, while using the red, orange, and yellow rays as primal energy for control and domination. All higher density beings can read the energy signatures of any entity they encounter, and so because negative entities are without green ray energy, they are very sensitive to it and typically stay far away from any entity who shows an active green ray energy center. Love is the great foe of the negative path. Because the positive being has access to the full spectrum of energy centers, their auras are typically seen as white radiant light. But the negative entity, lacking the green ray energy center, shows an aura of a more orange, yellow, or red concentration. One last interesting tidbit is that apparently the negative path cannot polarize past early 6th density. Eventually, all negative entities concede to the positive path and reverse their polarity in order to continue their own evolution. Because of this, Ra explains that there are actually no negatively oriented higher selves. In session 36, Ra states, quote, "There are no negative beings which have attained the oversoul manifestation, which is the honor duty of late 6th density, as you would term it in your time measurements. These negatively oriented mind-body-spirit complexes have a difficulty which to our knowledge has never been overcome. For after 5th density graduation, further wisdom is available but must be matched with an equal amount of love. This love light is very, very difficult to achieve in unity when following the negative path, and during the earlier part of the 6th density, society complexes of the negative orientation will choose to release the potential and leap into 6th density positive." The nature of the negative path is that of being the perfect opposite of the positive path. So instead of harmony, it is the path of disharmony. Instead of unity, it is the path of discord. Instead of being built on love, it is built on fear, and so forth. These characteristics are very difficult to polarize with because they run in direct opposition to the One Creator's essential nature. The One Creator's nature is, of course, oneness, which implies love and harmony and unity. And so these characteristics are very difficult to achieve evolution through and require much more effort because by their very nature, they are characteristics that require high entropy. However, the negative path is still equally honored by the positive path as being one possible expression of the Creator. And in a very real metaphysical way, the negative path does serve a helpful purpose in giving us contrast to know what the Creator is like by demonstrating what the Creator is not like. And for this reason, truly negatively polarized beings are quite rare in the universe, and becoming one is an impressive feat in and of itself. Any soul which has attained 4th density incarnation on the negative path is what we would call in religious mythology a demon. But these are just souls like you and I who are simply farther down their evolutionary path and have chosen the path of darkness rather than the path of light. So if you ever do meet a demon, the appropriate response might actually be to give it a little round of applause and say, "Wow, bro, you are seriously committed. I admire your work ethic." Ra states that these demonic entities also find their own channelers that they can communicate with and disseminate their laws of the service to self path, and hopefully make more recruits. And so these demonic entities will, as Ra states, quote, "answer the calling of any suppliant neophyte asking for aid in negative understanding." That's Ra for you, always so polite. A less polite translation might read, "happily enslave any Dumbo stupid enough to summon evil spirits." So according to Ra, the ancient myth is actually true that demons do look for people practicing dark magic and summoning evil spirits. Because polarization is so difficult on the negative path, negative entities are all too eager to come to the aid of anyone who would call them. Also interestingly, Ra states that most negative entities are actually stunningly beautiful to look at. And this is because the nature of the negative path is to see yourself as separate and therefore be heavily identified with appearances. But all higher density beings inhabit bodies of light, which they can control and manipulate to appear however they wish. And so Ra states that most negative entities choose to appear as beings that are very beautiful and mysterious. But what they can't disguise is that fearful and discordant presence that is the trademark of all negative entities. So in summary, demons are not actually ugly-looking pig monsters and orcs from Lord of the Rings, but probably something more like Angelina Jolie from Maleficent. So now let's talk a little bit about the dynamics of a negative social memory complex and how they function differently from the positive path. The nature of a negative social memory complex is that of tyranny, control, and enslavement. Ra explains that a negative social memory complex begins when one negative entity, usually of 5th or 6th density, begins to recruit and enslave other negative entities of lesser polarization than itself. These entities join together to help one another further polarize by spreading the service to self path and making more recruits for the group. Ra states that it functions exactly like any militaristic dictatorship that we see on our planet. Although every entity in the group wants the ultimate position of power for themselves, the group serves both sides mutually as the master entity becomes more polarized due to the enslavement of others, and the lower entities gain from the wisdom of the master entity as well as further polarization by carrying out the master's bidding. The master entity becomes a source of envy and inspiration for the others, which further motivates them to polarize in a level of dedication that they wouldn't have on their own. If any of the enslaved entities choose to disobey or even fail to complete the tasks that they're given, the master entity can unleash all kinds of psychic torment upon them in order to keep them in line. Ra explains that at some point, a power struggle will ensue where one entity who has gained enough power will challenge the master entity in an attempt to overthrow them, and a battle will ensue. The negative path is that of entropy, meaning that it is always breaking down and becoming less organized due to the lack of harmony within the group. Since the negative social memory complex is much more rare than the positive, it doesn't have as much of a traditional name in religious mythology, such as archangels do. But it is most notably known or referred to as legion in many religious scriptures. One place we see a negative social memory complex in scripture is in the Gospel of Mark chapter 5, where Jesus encounters a demon-possessed man who the passage says lived among the tombs, and no one could bind him with shackles and chains because he would wrench the chains apart and break the shackles into pieces. Jesus asks the man what his name is, and the man replies, "My name is Legion, for we are many." This is because it is a negative social memory complex who had possessed this person. The story says that they begged Jesus not to torment them, but to cast them instead into a herd of pigs. So this brings me to the topic of demonic possession. Now, most people typically believe that when a negative entity possesses someone, that they basically go and live inside their body and control them like something out of Resident Evil. But Ra explains that negative entities cannot create anything in you, they can only manipulate distortions which are already present. And this is why angels cannot be possessed and are basically impervious to negative attacks, because their consciousness is already perfectly balanced and crystallized. So any negative imbalances that you have, a demon can basically scan your mind and see any entry points that it might have available to it. Whether that's you struggling with anger or depression or anxiety or fear, any of these imbalances can become the entry point that a negative entity uses to gain influence in your mind. A negative entity does not even want to live inside someone's body and follow them around all day, because they have much bigger fish to fry elsewhere. What they actually do is to treat you like a sort of fishing hole that they can just return to whenever they want. And so what they do is to place an anchor point in your mind through some kind of tormenting thought, because they know that this person probably doesn't have enough control over their own mind to know how to overcome this thought. And so they know that it's just going to continue to grow and fester over time as this person keeps giving it attention. And as this process plays out, the demon gains more and more influence over their consciousness. This is the same idea as how scientists can actually continue to feed lab rats little bits of poison in their food every day, and the rats will just keep eating it until they eventually die. These beings are operating on much higher levels of consciousness than we are currently, and so they have access to understanding about psychic powers that we have no concept of. So trying to beat a demonic entity at its own game is a very foolish endeavor. To give you a personal story on this, I grew up in an evangelical church, and I've actually seen a demonic possessed person manifest with my own two eyes. We used to have these really incredible worship services at my church, and during one of these services, an older lady in the audience stood up and began thrashing around and screaming violently. Her voice changed, her demeanor changed, and it literally took 4 grown men to restrain her. And as a kid, I remember watching this and being extremely confused and simultaneously terrified. So they brought this lady to a back room with a group of church pastors to try and cast the demon out of her. And they said that they spent the next 8 hours straight praying and rebuking this demon before it finally came out. They said that it was just mocking them and swearing at them and intimidating them the entire time. They were screaming Bible verses at it, they were commanding it to come out in the name of Jesus, they were rebuking it, calling it names, cursing it, "Come out of her, you foul beast from the abyss!" and all kinds of other aggressive tactics that don't work. This is actually what the demon wants, because by behaving in such a way that causes the pastors to react with anger and fear, it is actually depolarizing them and therefore strengthening itself. But if they had simply given this negative entity love and compassion, then it would have been gone in the blink of an eye. Because as I stated earlier, negative entities are extremely protective in preserving their polarity. Because negative polarity is so difficult to come by, every precaution necessary is taken in order to keep from losing it. And so because of this, just like any good school bully, they only pick fights with entities that they believe don't know how to defend themselves. This also explains the phenomenon of haunted houses. We already know that emotional energy can affect physical matter through many scientific studies such as the water crystal experiments of Dr. Masaru Emoto. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It simply has to go somewhere. So if some intensely negative event happens in a room, like a murder for example, the energetic output of both individuals involved is so intense that it acts as a kind of energetic bomb that goes off in the room. The energy goes into the walls, into the ceiling, into the furniture. And this negative energy will continue to radiate in this room until it is cleansed or reversed by a positive polarity. And so this kind of environment is very conducive to negative entities because it makes controlling and manipulating others in this environment much easier due to the negative orientation. So Ra explains that any space which has been negatively influenced in this manner should be spiritually cleansed before living in it. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will continue to experience psychic attacks from negative visitors. During the second half of the Law of One sessions, Carla the channeler was undergoing a psychic attack from a very advanced 5th density negative entity. When Dawn asked about the nature of the attack, Ra explained that this negative entity was basically seeking to end the contact by causing Carla to have pain flares in her arthritis whenever she would channel Ra. Because Carla already had many health problems, this negative entity was able to manipulate them whenever Carla was channeling in order to motivate her to stop channeling Ra. When Dawn asks Ra how to combat this negative entity, Ra begins to teach them that they must be true to their polarity by offering service to their negative companion through sending them love and light. And in doing this, it will depolarize them and cause them to leave. And this is probably my favorite passage in the entire Law of One because for whatever reason, Dawn seems to have a difficult time understanding this concept at first because it is a bit counterintuitive. And so he says, okay, so you're saying that I need to offer service to my negative companion by sending them love and light? Am I understanding this correctly? And Ra says, this is correct. And there is great humor in your attempts to be of service to the opposite polarity. Ra's like, it's so cute when you try. So in closing, your protection against negative entities is simply to feel love for them. See them as an extension of yourself. Somebody that simply went down the wrong path and wound up where they are now. This is a being that lives in almost constant suffering and turmoil, sort of like a strung out drug addict living in a back alley. Only their drug of choice is fear, greed, and hatred. I like to imagine that this is somebody that I love from the future, such as my mom or my sister, who simply went down the wrong road many lifetimes ago, and now they're doomed to this terrible existence. So wouldn't you feel compassion for them then? This is your protection against all darkness and fear, and the shield through which no evil thing can ever penetrate. If you can just do as Jesus said and love even your enemies, then any negative entity that would seek to disturb you may as well be on the opposite side of the galaxy. As Ra so eloquently states in one passage, love is the strongest magic in the universe. I'll leave you with one final passage from Ra. Dawn asks Ra about a seeming paradox to the fact that this negative entity that is trying to stop the contact is just as much the creator as Ra is, who is giving the contact. And so Dawn says, it appears as if the creator is requesting two opposite services from us. Can you help me solve this paradox? And this is Ra's response. Consider, if you will, that you have no ability not to serve the Creator, since all is the Creator. There is one vast panoply of biases and distortions, colors and hues, in an unending pattern. In the case of those with whom you, as individuals and as a group, are not in resonance, you wish them love, light, peace, joy, and bid them well. No more than this can you do, for your portion of the Creator is as it is, and your experience and offering of experience, to be valuable, needs to be more and more a perfect representation of who you truly are. Could you, then, serve a negative entity by offering the instrument's life? It is unlikely that you would find this a true service. Thus, you may see in many cases the loving balance being achieved, the love being offered, light being sent, and the service to self-oriented entity gratefully acknowledged while being rejected as not being useful in your journey at this time. Thus you serve one Creator without paradox. It's going to be the 5th installment in my Law of One series, and today we're talking all about star seeds and wanderers. Now, the word starseed is not used in the Law of One material, but I went ahead and put it in the title of this video anyways because starseed is the term that most people use to refer to this concept that Ra calls wanderers. Now, the word wanderer is not some colloquial term that all higher beings use, okay? It's just the word from our language that Ra chooses to familiarize us with this concept of higher density souls which choose to incarnate into a lower third density world. So we can use the terms starseed and wanderer interchangeably, but there is a slight difference between the two. The term starseed is typically used to refer to someone who's incarnated from another galaxy or star system that's not native to our own. Hence the name starseed. But a wanderer is not necessarily someone who's from another star system, but it could be someone who has simply graduated from Earth into 4th density, but chooses to reincarnate again rather than go on to a 4th density incarnation. But outside of that, the two terms can be more or less used synonymously. It's really popular these days to claim that you're a starseed. Instagram and YouTube are flooded with people bragging about their extraterrestrial origins.
Greetings. My name is Starseed Indigo Ray Child of the Pleiades. I've incarnated here to bring my higher vibrations to you citizens of Earth.
Now, there's nothing wrong with this, of course, but let's be honest, it can be a type of escapism. The reality is that if you feel the need to constantly brag about being a starseed, then you're probably not a starseed. A true wanderer or starseed is someone who's a much more advanced soul, which means they're a lot less likely to fall into the trap of wearing starseed as a little ego badge to feel special. They're also going to be a lot less likely to talk about it because they're able to see that being a starseed doesn't make them any more special than anyone else. So again, nothing wrong if you do this, but it could be a helpful indicator to check in with yourself and see if maybe your ego is using the term starseed as an identity to feel special or superior to others. Oftentimes, people who claim to be starseeds will say things like, I just don't fit in with society here because I'm actually an alien to this world, and back in my native home in the Pleiades, our society is much more harmonious than this one, and so I just don't really fit in with society here. But Ra explains that anyone who chooses to become a wanderer has to play by the rules, meaning you don't get to keep your memories from Zeta Reticuli 4,000 years ago. You have to fully assume this third density body and completely forget all memory of previous incarnations. As Ra states, the wanderer becomes every bit the third density human as anyone else. But there is a good reason why you might not feel at home in this world. It isn't because of a memory of a previous lifetime, but the fact that your soul's native frequency is much higher than the planetary frequency here, which can make integration into society feel strangely difficult. In session 12, Ra states, due to the extreme variance between the vibratory distortions of third density and those of the more dense densities, if you will, wanderers have as a general rule some form of handicap, difficulty, or feeling of alienation which is severe. The most common of these difficulties are alienation, the reaction against the planetary vibration by personality disorders, as you would call them, and body complex ailments indicating difficulty in adjustment to the planetary vibration, such as allergies, as you would call them. Now, Ra also says that not all wanderers will wake up to their pre-incarnate intention of coming here to the third density. In fact, Ra actually says that only 8.5 to 10% of wanderers will fully penetrate the forgetting and remember that they're actually here for a purpose. And again, when I say remember, I don't mean that your mind becomes flooded with memories of previous alien lifetimes. I mean that there is a deep sense of clarity and resonance within you that you are actually here for a purpose. In session 36, Ra states, there is a larger percentile group of those who have a fairly well-defined symptomology indicating to them that they are not of this, shall we say, insanity. This amounts to a bit over 50% of the remainder. Nearly 1/3 of the remainder are aware that something about them is different, so you see that there are many gradations of awakening to the knowledge of being a wanderer. The first important point to know about wanderers is that the third density is the only density that wanderers incarnate into. The reason for this is because third density is the only one with the veil of forgetting, as Ra calls it, where the soul frequency is cut off from the database of all its prior incarnations, its intentions in coming here, and any other knowledge outside of this third density world. The Logos has chosen this veil to serve as a powerful catalyst for the choosing, which is the choice between the positive and negative path, and this is the primary purpose of third density. The Creator wants the choice between the light and the dark to be an authentic, organic choice, not one that is influenced by any outside source. Therefore, when any soul incarnates into the third density, wanderer or not, they will not retain any memory prior to this current incarnation. The 4th through 7th density incarnations do not undergo the forgetting, and so incarnating as a wanderer into any density above 3rd would be completely pointless, as it would serve no benefit but would actually slow down the process of polarization. Another interesting note about wanderers is that the vast majority are going to be of 6th density. Less will be of 5th density, and according to Ra, 4th density wanderers are very rare. In fact, since the raw material was channeled in the 1980s, our planet has officially shifted into 4th density, which would technically make any 4th density souls incarnating here no longer wanderers. However, we are still at the very beginning of 4th density on our planet, and so everything still reflects the 3rd density, which makes it a very attractive planet to incarnate into for those seeking to rapidly accelerate their own polarization. The reason that most wanderers are of 6th density is because the 6th density is that of perfect unity and balance between love and light. So an entity in 6th density who has an overabundance of wisdom and lacks some degree of self-love will see incarnating into 3rd density as a very attractive means of correcting this imbalance. Ra states that the 6th density wanderer will typically program a very severe deficit in some area that will require them to overcome a specific struggle that will allow them to learn the self-love or wisdom that they need. In one example, Jim McCarty, who served as the scribe, asked Ra why he has always struggled with being hard on himself when he makes mistakes. He states that it was something he'd always struggled heavily with his whole life. Ra answered by saying that Jim's soul is very high in wisdom but lacking in love, so he chose an incarnation that was programmed to struggle heavily in the category of self-love, as a means to force him to learn how to love himself. So the danger for any wanderer is that they have to undergo the forgetting process, and in doing so, they risk actually missing out on the intention that they came here with, and then becoming karmically involved with others. And when I say karmically involved, what I mean is that the deficits they program for themselves in order to learn certain lessons might actually cause them to commit serious errors towards other people. And if they do that, they're going to then be compelled to reincarnate into another lifetime to fix that error. So in session 12, Ra states, "The largest number of wanderers, as you call them, are of 6th density. The desire to serve must be distorted towards a great deal of purity of mind and what you may call foolhardiness or bravery. The challenge/danger of the wanderer is that it will forget its mission, become karmically involved, and thus be swept into the maelstrom from which it had incarnated to aid in the destruction." This is the nature of what Ra calls spiritual catalyst. The things we struggle with in this life are all for a specific purpose. You could think of our souls as grains of sand and our physical incarnation as an oyster. Through the contrast and friction of human life, the grain of sand becomes refined into a beautiful pearl. This is, in a sense, what wanderers are here to do. Because of this, 3rd density is a very attractive option for 6th density souls seeking to find perfect balance between love and wisdom to polarize into the 7th density. In session 36, Ra states, "The wanderer has the potential of greatly accelerating the density whence it came in its progress and evolution. This is due to the intensive life experiences and opportunities of the 3rd density. Thusly, the positively oriented wanderer chooses to hazard the danger of the forgetting in order to be of service to others by radiating love. If the forgetting is penetrated, the amount of catalyst in 3rd density will polarize the wanderer with much greater efficiency than shall be expected in the higher and more harmonious densities. This is also why the 3rd density is remarkably short in comparison to the life cycles of other densities, because the Creator does not want this period of suffering to go on for very long. We are essentially here for a brief moment in time, to be forged in the fire of spiritual suffering that compels us to choose which path we want to serve, the light or the dark. As a quick side note, the negative path also has wanderers, although they are much more rare. For a negatively oriented entity, undergoing the forgetting process is far too great of a risk to take, as they could easily come in contact with positively oriented beings who would greatly depolarize them if they are not able to remember their intention in coming to 3rd density. Those negative beings who do choose to risk incarnating as a wanderer will do so in order to teach the ways of the service to self path and hopefully accelerate their polarization on the negative path greatly. But this is akin to playing a game of Russian roulette, so very few choose to take this risk. Now, Ra states that the 5th density wanderer will look quite different than the 6th density wanderer. 5th density, being that of light or wisdom, is much more prone to choosing an incarnation that will force the learning of wisdom. So these will be people who are seen as old souls or people who just have a wealth of spiritual understanding naturally. They aren't easily triggered by others, and they don't go out of their way to be of service like a 4th density soul would. They simply offer service when it is seen as necessary or when it is requested. And as Ra states, they will usually have a strong aversion towards marriage or childbearing, as does the 6th density wanderer. So Ra states that there are 3 main reasons why a soul might choose to incarnate as a wanderer in the 3rd density. The first reason is to use the 3rd density experience to greatly accelerate their own polarization. The second is to be of service to the planet as a whole by simply bringing a higher vibration that will contribute to raising the planetary frequency. And the third reason is to be of service in a specific way by using their own unique gifts and abilities to teach, heal, or guide other entities. Ra explains that every soul has its own unique gifts that it has honed and practiced over the course of its incarnations, which allow it to play a very specific role. This is why some people have natural psychic abilities, others are natural healers, teachers, or empaths. These giftings are those that each specific soul has been working on for many lifetimes. But Ra does explain that some souls may feel frustrated at the lack of ability that this 3rd density yellow ray body has to channel the powers of consciousness compared to, say, a green ray or blue ray body. This is simply part of what wanderers accept when they incarnate into a 3rd density life. In session 75, Ra states, "In the case of wanderers which seek to recapitulate the degree of adeptness which each had acquired previous to this life experience, we may note that even after the forgetting process has been penetrated, there is still the yellow ray activated body which does not respond as does the adept, which is of a green or blue ray activated body. Thusly, you may see the inevitability of frustrations and confusion due to the inherent difficulties of manipulating the finer forces of consciousness through the chemical apparatus of the yellow ray activated body. So in closing, the Law of One is one of the most powerful spiritual texts ever written because of its unique ability to widen our perspective on things. Anytime that you're feeling depressed or hopeless or angry or afraid, it's always because your perspective is too narrow. What we can gather from Ra's teachings is that no matter what happens to you in this lifetime, no matter how painful or severe it might seem, it is not the end-all be-all. You've been doing this for thousands of lifetimes, and you have thousands more ahead of you still. So there's no reason to take your life so damn seriously. Contrary to what religion has taught us, this life is not your one and only shot. You didn't come here to be perfect. You came here to learn and to expand yourself. So simply do the very best you can with this lifetime that you've chosen, and remember that you are eternally loved and that there truly are no mistakes. Being a wanderer or a starseed does not mean that the fate of the world rests in your hands. It simply means that you have come here to learn a unique lesson. There's no one placing a burden on you greater than anyone else has. The only one putting pressure on you is yourself. So in order to solidify this, I'll leave you now with one final quote from Ra. The Law of One, though beyond the limitations of name, may be approximated by stating that all things are one, that there is no polarity, no right or wrong, no disharmony, but only identity. All is one, and that one is love and light, the infinite creator. This is the 6th installment in my Law of One series. In today's video, I'd like to tackle another fundamental topic that appears very often in the Ra material, and that is the concept of love and light. Now, in virtually every session, Ra opens with the statement, "We greet you in the love and in the light of the one infinite creator." And it's very easy to sort of skip over this statement as being not particularly noteworthy since it's used so often. But in this video, I'd like to dive deep into this topic of the two fundamental aspects of the source's nature that make up all of creation: the feminine and masculine archetypes of God, love and light. In session 13, Ra explains the order of creation from its beginning. And although these steps were ultimately simultaneous, it is helpful to break them down sequentially so we can have a better understanding of how the universe was formed. So Ra states that the first known thing in creation was infinity. Following that, infinity became aware. After awareness, infinity focused itself into infinite energy. And this infinite energy is what we call love. Love is the essence of the Creator's essential nature. It is the feminine archetype of God that serves as the substance for all of creation. And it also serves as a kind of metaphysical gravity that pulls everything back into oneness again, which ultimately ends and then begins new universes for eternity. But creation could not be complete with just love alone, because without some means to know itself, love cannot truly express. So Ra states that following the metaphysical projection of love, there was its physical projection of light. Light is the masculine archetype of God that goes outwards into space and time and creates the entire physical illusion. Light represents wisdom, as wisdom illuminates the darkness of confusion into the light of understanding. So every universe, or as Ra calls them, octaves, begins through this explosion of light, and then over time, the gravity of love slowly pulls creation back into itself, into a single point, which then begins a new universe. And Ra actually equates every universe that is born through this push-pull of the masculine and feminine as the heartbeat of the one infinite creator. This is also why Ra often says, love light and light love, because these two forces of the Creator cannot exist independently. And so to speak of love is to imply light, and vice versa. In session 15, Ra states, there is the same difference between love light and light love as there is between teach learning and learn teaching. Love light is the enabler, the power, the energy giver. Light love is the manifestation which occurs when light has been impressed with love. One of the more important concepts that Ra also touches on quite a bit in the Law of One is the idea of balancing. Essentially, the whole purpose of a soul's incarnation into physical reality is to purify itself from all distortions and become what Ra calls crystallized. This process of balancing the self continues on through all 7 densities of consciousness until the final merge back into the source is completed. So what the term balancing means is to achieve perfect equalization within one's self of both love and wisdom. This does not ultimately happen until the end of 6th density, as discussed in previous episodes. Ra explains that the energy centers of our body will develop blockages based upon thought and perception. If one is lacking in some form of self-love or wisdom, that distorted energy will have to manifest in one or more of the energy centers. So in order to unblock these energy centers to become more crystallized, we must heal these distortions within us. And although Ra doesn't talk much about the healing process, I'd like to focus most of this video on how healing work is done. The feminine and masculine also represent the positive and negative polarities, the positive being love and the negative being wisdom. This may be difficult to wrap your mind around because of the labels we have about positive and negative, but this does not mean that love is good and wisdom is evil. Remember, these polarities are simply archetypes in consciousness. Ra states again and again that both polarities are equally valid expressions of the Creator. So this does not mean that women are positive and men are negative. It means that the feminine is inherently service to others because love is always an outward movement and seeks only to give. And the masculine polarity is inherently service to self because wisdom seeks to know or to possess understanding for itself. To put this in a different light, we can see the inherent union of love and wisdom by looking at the traditional dynamic of romance. There's a reason that every love story between a man and a woman is virtually identical. The feminine wants to be pursued and adored by the masculine, and the masculine wants to pursue and adore the feminine. Every good romance movie shows a man who falls madly in love with a woman to the point that he will climb any mountain or swim across any ocean to have her. You never see a romance movie about a woman who climbs mountains to pursue a man who's lying on his silk bedsheets while he awaits her arrival. And the reason for this is because the masculine archetype seeks to possess the feminine, as wisdom seeks to understand love. Now, of course, since both polarities are equally valid, then any variation of them is also equally valid, such as female to female love or male to male. But for the sake of understanding the nature of each archetype, we look to the traditional dynamics of romance between a male and a female. Every person inherently contains the masculine and the feminine energies within them, regardless of what their biological gender is. And achieving balance within the self of both love and wisdom is crucial for spiritual evolution. So we see that the masculine finds its ultimate fulfillment in the feminine and feels that she is the entire reason for his existence. Wisdom serenades love like Romeo serenades Juliet, telling love how beautiful and sacred she is. Everything wisdom does is ultimately to point towards love as the reason for its existence. And the feminine archetype of love adores wisdom because in the light of wisdom, love is able to taste its own beauty and divinity, and therefore find its ultimate completion. Likewise, the only way the positive path can know itself is because of the contrast that the negative path provides. Without the negative path, the positive path could not exist either. The two work hand in hand to create the entire physical universe, as love is the substance of all things, and light is the order and structure of it. So now that we have a solid grasp on the function of these two archetypes, let's take a closer look at the feminine and masculine approaches towards inner healing or balancing. Most people are not aware of this, but there's actually two different approaches to doing shadow work, both of which are sort of complementary opposites of one another. So let's look first at the feminine approach towards spiritual healing, or what Ra calls balancing. The feminine is the creative force, power, emotion, and intuition. The feminine approach to balancing is solely through the feeling and transmuting of emotions through love. The feminine approach to shadow work involves going to the root of the negative emotion, feeling it completely, and allowing it to express itself. And instead of meeting it with resistance, to meet it with love and acceptance. In session 61, Ra states, "Balancing requires a meditative state in order for the work to be done. However, the balancing of sensation has to do with an analysis of the sensation with a special respect to any unbalanced leaning between the love and wisdom or the positive and the negative. Then, whatever is lacking in the balanced sensation is, as in all balancing, allowed to come into the being after the sensation is remembered and recalled in such detail as to overwhelm the senses." Allowing yourself to feel repressed emotions is a practice. And although the feminine approach is much more painful and intense than the masculine approach, it's also much more powerful and immediate. A single healing session has the potential to purify an old wound that has been festering for decades. So it takes time and practice and courage to develop the skill of locating these repressed emotions and memories and allowing yourself to feel them. But the power of the feminine approach is that once the root cause is located and healed, then everything downstream of it is healed as well. So now let's take a closer look at the masculine approach to balancing. The masculine is the organizing force that brings structure to form and energy. So the masculine approach to healing is the wisdom approach. The masculine approach dissolves illusions through the shifting of perception and acquiring of understanding. Knowing the mechanics of the mind allow one to see the unreality of thought, identification, and attachment, which naturally brings healing and balance to the self. Unlike the feminine, which seeks to heal repressed energy by feeling it out of existence, the masculine approach seeks to starve the energy out of existence. Although it is not as immediate and powerful as the feminine approach, the masculine is less intense and painful as it simply requires a permanent shift in perception or attitude towards thought, which slowly drains them of power. Once the illusions of the mind are understood, the light of wisdom returns to the soul and allows for peace and balance to be restored. So it could be said that the feminine heals through transmutation and the masculine heals through recognition. The feminine puts distortions to death by the guillotine, and the masculine puts distortions to death by 1,000 cuts. The difference can be most notably recognized by looking at the two greatest ascended masters who have incarnated on our planet, the Buddha and Christ. Christ represents the feminine archetype, or fourth density love. Christ's approach towards transcending the ego and realizing oneness was to feed the poor, take in the widow and the orphan, visit the prisoner, and love your enemies. Since the ego is entirely self-focused, Christ compelled his followers to overcome the ego through service to others, and spoke very little of the nature of illusion and perception. On the contrary, Buddha represents the masculine archetype, or fifth density wisdom. Buddha's approach towards transcending ego was to see its unreality, to question the concept of self, and strive towards achieving emptiness of mind. These two archetypes can also be seen clearly in world religions. The Western religion of Christianity devotes itself intensely to the love and worship of God, but has a severe deficiency in its wisdom or understanding of the divine. Much of Christian theology is self-contradictory and sorely lacks in wisdom and understanding. This results in a passionate hatred and rejection of those who believe differently. Although the Christian church claims to be based upon the love of God, it lacks the wisdom to understand what love really is. So the Christian and Catholic Church has committed some of the worst atrocities in human history, such as forcing clergy members to deny their sexual nature, resulting in the abuse of children, declaring holy wars on differing religions, and even burning its own saints alive for daring to think differently. This is the danger of the feminine archetype becoming unbalanced. When the passion and the zealousness of the feminine are not aimed in the right direction through wisdom, the most terrible forms of destruction can occur. The Eastern religions of Buddhism, Hinduism, and Taoism devote themselves almost exclusively to seeking the wisdom of the divine. The wisdom approach brings the balance and order that the Western religion deeply lacks. But Eastern religion also tends to lack in the department of love and worship of the divine, which has dangers of its own. When the purpose of wisdom is forgotten, then wisdom becomes its own purpose and creates an extreme spiritual narcissism. This is seen by many of the corrupted gurus who start off with good intentions but develop an arrogance that turns into a dangerous spiritual ego. These corrupted gurus use their persona to manipulate women into sleeping with them by promising them enlightenment or spiritual ascension. They form cults that typically involve guru worship and free love, which is never actually about love, but allowing the sexual ego to run wild under the guise of spirituality. These cults can become dangerously narcissistic, as we've seen many times throughout recent history. Without the power of love to ground wisdom, it quickly becomes service to self-oriented and leads many well-intending seekers astray. Many people who follow the Eastern approach to spirituality become obsessed with acquiring knowledge and eventually learn themselves into an existential crisis. Without love being the ultimate purpose of acquiring wisdom, all meaning and purpose to life is lost. So as you can see, these two approaches both have their unique power and potential blind spots. But the real power comes from merging the two together. And I will admit, this does take some time and practice, as the two approaches are very different. But the rewards are well worth the effort. If you watch my channel, then you know that my personal approach is probably 80% towards the masculine side, as much of my content discusses the nature of illusion and perception and understanding the ego. Virtually all of my shadow work, or balancing, has been done via the masculine approach, by seeking to understand myself and the layers of misperception that create my suffering. And I've become so good at this over the years that anytime my ego gets triggered, I immediately go into self-inquiry and begin to break the thought down piece by piece until I can really see its unreality. And this brings me a peace and a clarity that causes me to just lose interest in these thoughts over time, and they slowly lose their ability to trigger me. But sometimes, when it comes to extremely painful traumas, such as past abuse or heartbreaks, for example, the emotional gravity is just far too intense for this method, and it requires me to take the feminine approach. Now, this may sound strange to those of you who are already masters of the feminine approach, but it took me quite some time to really learn how to feel my pain. I was so used to just rationalizing pain out of existence that it was really difficult for me to not conceptualize, but simply to feel. But this approach has saved me from some of the deepest traumas that I've experienced. So this is why I believe it is absolutely vital to learn and use both approaches to spiritual balancing. Because the masculine approach, for example, relies upon the need to understand why in order to heal. But sometimes you can get stuck in finding the answer to why your pain is an illusion. But the feminine approach is so powerful that it simply removes everything, even the need to know why. In this third density, balancing is a much more arduous process than in higher densities, as the soul begins its balancing here through the catalyst of suffering. But Ross states that balancing in higher densities looks very different than in ours, and it can be seen as a joyful reward for putting in the work required in this lifetime. So to close this video, I'll leave you with a little teaser that Ross shares about their current experience of achieving the perfect balance between love and wisdom. We seek the Creator upon a level of shared experience to which you are not privy. And rather than surrounding ourselves in light, we have become light. Our understanding is that there is no other material except light. Our rituals, as you may call them, are an infinitely subtle continuation of the balancing process which you are now beginning to experience. We seek now without polarity. Thus we do not invoke any power from without, for our search has become internalized, as we become light love and love light. These are the balances we seek, the balances between compassion and wisdom, which more and more allow our understanding of experience to be informed that we may come closer to the unity with the one Creator which we so joyfully seek. The Law of One series, Episode 7. Now, it's safe to say that the Law of One series is easily the most popular on my channel. And because of that, I get a lot of Law of One related questions, even on videos that have nothing to do with it. And one of the questions that I get asked most often is, who is Ra? How do we know we can trust what Ra has to say? How do we know that Ra is not here to deceive us? And although these questions are clearly coming from people who probably haven't read the Law of One, I felt like it might still be appropriate to make a video discussing who Ra is and what their purpose is in relation to our planetary evolution. So the first thing you typically notice when reading the Law of One is that Ra begins each transmission by saying, I am Ra. And this might seem weird to you and I, who would never speak to someone like this, but we have to remember that Ra is only using the English language to speak to us. But Ra does not use verbal language natively. Higher density beings speak through what is called NVC, which stands for nonverbal communication, or telepathy if you prefer that term. And the way that this communication works is that if one being is to communicate with another, they first begin by presenting their native vibration to that being to let them know who is speaking, a lot like the caller ID on your iPhone. And this again is not verbal, but an energetic impression that is sent. And this allows the sender and receiver to sort of link consciousness for instant communication of ideas and feelings and images. And so in a trance state, the way that this energetic introduction comes across in verbal language is, I am Ra. So Carla connects with this vibration before each transmission to sort of allow Ra to communicate information directly into her consciousness. But throughout the text, Ra does have some difficulty explaining such complex ideas through such a weak and limited medium as the human language. But with that being said, the information that Ra is able to share in the Law of One is truly astounding. So let's take a closer look at the information that Ra shares about themselves in the Law of One material. Ra is a social memory complex of 6th density, which originated on the planet Venus. A social memory complex is essentially a planetary consciousness of an entire civilization. It is a phenomenon that usually occurs in the middle of 4th density. The evolution of consciousness follows a very distinct pattern. The Creator's consciousness is singular and unified, but it splits itself off into infinite varieties of individual fragments which appear to be separate. This allows the Creator to slowly evolve back towards itself so it can experience what it is like from a finite point of view. This evolution is pulled by the gravity of love, which is the essence of the Creator, and this is why the phenomenon of social memory complexes occurs in the 4th density. At our current stage, consciousness appears to be separate, but using marriage as an example, couples that are truly in love and spend long periods of their lives together begin to merge with one another and take on the characteristics, thinking patterns, and behaviors of their partner. This is a small example of what begins to happen in 4th density. At some stage of evolution, consciousness begins to evolve telepathic communication. This renders verbal language obsolete, as thoughts can now be shared directly between entities. Eventually, the gravity of love between two beings becomes so strong that the desire to no longer exist in separate states is born. They begin to share all memories and knowledge with one another. As this process of entities telepathically merging continues, eventually all beings merge into one singular consciousness. This is why Ra refers to it as a social memory complex, because it is a complex of all the memories of every soul within the group being universally shared. A social memory complex is an important stage in the evolution of the Creator merging back into itself. This is because the individual mind-body-spirit complex can only evolve so far by itself, and at some point, joining with others is necessary in order to keep polarizing through the densities. In session 45, Ross states, "The basic purpose of a social memory complex is that of evolution. Beyond a certain point, the evolution of spirit is quite dependent upon the understanding of self and other self as creator. This constitutes the basis for social complexes. When brought to maturity, they become social memory complexes." So, a social memory complex does not mean that all individuality vanishes, but simply that all beings of that complex share one mind. So all knowledge in the group is equally available. So there might be billions of different souls from Ra's social memory complex incarnate on different planets at any given time, but each one of them may effectively represent themselves as Ra and speak for the entire group in any situation. Because at this level, there is no true distinction any longer between other selves, as all are seen as simply different expressions of the same creator. So at some point in our fourth density cycle, Earth will also become a unified planetary consciousness. And although we did just reach a fourth density vibration about a decade ago, Ra states that the average fourth density cycle is about 30 million years. So needless to say, we have a pretty long time to go before we get there. But since the invention of the internet, our planet has become remarkably more unified, as we're now able to see and speak with and relate to people all around the world, and begin to gain the understanding that we are truly all the same. And this is the very beginning stage of our planetary consciousness becoming unified. This is a critical step in our evolution towards fourth density love, which is also the density of service to others. Ra explains that the third density is primarily about achieving enlightenment of the self through understanding the laws of consciousness, which Ra calls becoming balanced or crystallized. But in the fourth density, the primary path to polarization is through service to others, and there's very little work done in consciousness in the fourth density. So in session 48, Ra states, "The work that is accomplished in positive fourth is that work whereby the positive social memory complex, having through slow stages harmoniously integrated itself, goes forth to aid those of less positive orientation which seek for their aid. Thus their service is their work, and through this dynamic between the societal self and the other self, which is the object of love, greater and greater intensities of understanding or compassion are gained. This intensity continues until the appropriate intensity of light may be welcomed. This is the fourth density harvest." Ra says that during the integration of sharing all memories with the group, there is some catalyst of self-growth required in this, but the greatest amount of work is done by serving others who are less polarized. This service to others is extremely heavy in fourth density, comes to a halt in the fifth density, and begins again in the sixth density. And this brings us to Ra's visitation of ancient Egypt 11,000 years ago. Ancient Egypt is easily the most mysterious and intriguing culture in all of human history for a variety of reasons. They seem to have a much deeper understanding of science, mathematics, and astronomy than should have been possible at their time. Nothing is more mysterious, however, than the Great Pyramids of Giza. The Pyramids of Giza are so impeccably constructed that if even one of the base stones of the pyramid was misaligned by a centimeter, the entire pyramid would corkscrew out of alignment. There are hundreds of granite beams inside the pyramid that weigh 70 tons each, that are placed over 300 feet above the ground. The tools required to pull off such a feat were not only unavailable in those times, but still do not exist today. Even with all our technology and machinery, we are still not capable of making an exact replica of the Giza pyramids today. This is because each limestone block of the pyramid weighs between 2 and 30 tons, and there are an estimated 2.3 million of these stones. Not to mention that the closest limestone quarry where the pyramids were built is about 500 miles away. How the ancient Egyptians could have transported such enormously heavy stones that far and then placed them over 400 feet in the air with perfect mathematical accuracy is a complete mystery to scientists today. Not only is it a mystery, there isn't even one plausible explanation how this could have been possible. Because of this, there have been many theories posited that it must have been constructed by alien intelligence which visited Earth long ago. And this is where the parallels with the Ra material get very interesting. Ra's civilization evolved on the planet Venus a billion or so years in the past, and according to Ra, they had a very harmonious and rapid evolution through fourth density. Recent studies from September 2019 concluded that Venus likely had surface water and habitable conditions for life around 3 billion years, and they may have been in this condition up until 700 million years ago. This timetable lines up perfectly with the information that Ra gives about their social memory complex in the Law of One material. Venus is now a 6th density planet, but is no longer habitable to physical life in this dimension. However, Ra states that most of their complex still dwells on Venus in the 5th and 6th dimensions. So Ra's memory complex visited Egypt 11,000 years ago in an attempt to dictate the Law of One and aid in the evolution of Earth's planetary consciousness. Ra explains that this was not a violation of free will because the Egyptian people at the time were highly pantheistic and believed that gods visited Earth at various times. They also worshipped the sun as a god, so Ra's group found this very harmonious with the Law of One and therefore not a violation of their free will. And so when Ra's people visited Egypt, they were appropriately named by the Egyptians as Ra, the sun god. This is essentially the answer to the Fermi paradox of why we don't see extraterrestrials if they exist. In the same way that we monitor our own wildlife from a distance and seek to preserve their natural habitat, planet Earth is monitored by many social memory complexes from a distance in this way. Ra explains that there is a hierarchy of higher density beings that quarantine the Earth to protect its natural evolution. There's an extreme level of honor paid to the law of free will by higher density positive beings. This is seen as the first and primary distortion of the Law of One. The Creator wants to have an organic experience without infringement, and even we third-density humans also honor this unspoken law of the universe in many ways. To those who actually care for wildlife, it is studied from a distance with great caution taken not to disturb the natural habitat. Our scientists don't go running into the middle of a herd of zebras in order to study them. And likewise, higher density beings are not going to land on the front lawn of the White House and introduce themselves to us openly. Presently, our civilization is in a state of extreme arrogance that we basically know all there is to know about the mysteries of the universe, and nothing too far outside of our current scope could possibly exist. Alien civilizations will not violate this belief unless we change it. There's a certain stage of intelligence that must be reached for any planet to be contacted by outside intelligence. So until Earth reaches a collective consensus that we are not alone on this planet, we will not see it, because honoring free will is of primary importance to higher density beings. However, Ra states that there is an increasing number of UFOs allowing themselves to be seen by us as we evolve, to open us to the mysterious and expand our awareness of things beyond our understanding. We see this happening increasingly often right now, as our own military pilots are coming out to say that they observe UFOs quite regularly during patrols and simulations. Our own government has also finally declassified hundreds of UFO encounters which were previously classified and kept from public knowledge. This is a testament to the way that higher density beings operate when trying to be of service to third density civilizations. They will not force anything on us, but they will give us helpful clues and opportunities to expand our awareness of reality. Although Egypt deeply believed in the unity and mystery of creation, the peoples of Egypt could not adequately understand Ra's form of communication and grew confused at the teachings. So Ra's people left and returned again 2,500 years later. Ra states that they appeared in the skies in bell-shaped craft, and after some time, they began to walk among the people in the form of a tall yet fragile-looking light body, which they felt most closely resembled their essence. There is a large amount of ancient hieroglyphics that seem to show bell-shaped crafts in the air, and long, lanky humanoid figures with large heads. Egyptologists have no understanding of what these images mean, but their correlation to the Ra material is very intriguing. Ra states that the pyramids were constructed around 6,000 years ago. For decades, Egyptologists have theorized that these pyramids were used as tombs for pharaohs, although there is not a single piece of evidence to support this claim. The pyramids are built with large chambers inside, and a long, narrow opening near the top. Some Egyptologists hypothesize that this was used to view small portions of the night sky for astronomy. The real purpose of the pyramids is a complete mystery, along with how they were constructed at all. Ra explains that the pyramids were built as healing centers for the mind, body, and spirit. Ra attempted to teach the Egyptians how to perform physical healing using crystals, which can only be done by a crystallized entity without any significant distortions. To help initiate these crystallized beings, the pyramids were used partially as a type of sensory deprivation to help induce cosmic consciousness experiences and Kundalini awakenings, which allowed for rapid spiritual growth. Ra explains that the pyramids are built in the sacred geometrical form of the large triangle, because this shape is very conducive to concentrating in streamings of energy. The pyramids were used to catalyze physical and spiritual healing when used in conjunction with crystals. The primary purpose for Ra teaching this to the Egyptians was because of the extremely short lifespan at the time, which wasn't enabling third-density beings to gain much from their incarnations. We know that the average lifespan in ancient Egypt was only 30 years, which is typically the age in which real spiritual growth and understanding can begin. Ra sought to alleviate this problem by teaching the Egyptians how to heal and to train healers using these pyramids. In Session 3, Ra explains how these pyramids were built by thought. You must picture the activity within all that is created. The energy is, though finite, quite large compared to the understanding of your peoples. This is an obvious point well known to your peoples, but little considered. The energy is intelligent. It is hierarchical. Much as your mind-body-spirit complex dwells within a hierarchy of vehicles and retains the intelligence of each ascendingly intelligent or balanced body, so does each atom of such a material as rock. When one can speak to that intelligence, the finite energy of the physical or chemical rock body is put into contact with that infinite power which is resident in the more well-tuned bodies, be they human or rock. With this connection made, a request may be given. The intelligence communicates to its physical vehicle, and that splitting and moving which is desired is then carried out through the displacement of the energy field of rockness from finity to a dimension which we may conveniently call simply infinity. In this way, that which is required is accomplished due to the cooperation of the infinite understanding of the Creator indwelling in the living rock. This is, of course, the mechanism by which many things are accomplished which are not subject to your present means of physical analysis of action at a distance. So, in summary, Ra states that they built the pyramids around 6,000 years ago to be instruments of physical, mental, and spiritual healing for the Egyptians. And although this might sound far-fetched to a skeptical mind, when you consider the infinity of the universe and the fact that no one has a single explanation for how this was even possible, the idea that extraterrestrials of higher intelligence could have come down and built them with thought isn't really that far-fetched at all. And Graham Hancock, who is one of the world's leading researchers in ancient civilizations, has begun to prove, with the help of other scientists, that ancient Egypt is tens of thousands of years older than modern archaeologists have assumed. And here's what Graham Hancock had to say about how the pyramids may have been built.
Different ways. Maybe they cultivated powers of the human mind that we dismiss and regard as completely unimportant. Woo-woo. These 70-ton granite beams have been elevated to a height of more than 350 feet above the ground and carefully and precisely placed in position. It is very hard for archaeologists to explain how that was done using purely leverage and mechanical advantage. So this begins to seem like an absurd idea, the idea that is foisted on us by archaeology. Maybe the idea that they regard as absurd, namely that psychic powers were cultivated by ancient civilizations, that they could use powers of the human mind that we have allowed to lapse, maybe that idea deserves further consideration. We have gone down a path of leverage and mechanical advantage. We're used to relying on machines. Science regards consciousness as local to the brain and doesn't see how it can exert itself outside of that. But maybe we should open up to those possibilities, that we're dealing with a very different kind of culture that used techniques that we have allowed to lapse. And maybe we could wake those techniques up again. Maybe the ability of human beings to do almost superhuman things is resident within all of us, but sleeping.
The Law of One series, Episode 8. Today's video will touch upon another central concept from the Law of One, which is the mind-body-spirit complex. Now, this is usually the first confusing term that people come across when reading the Law of One that leaves them feeling a bit confused. So, having an adequate understanding of what this concept means is very beneficial for understanding the raw material. So let's dive right into it and find out what Ra has to say about this topic. One of the first new concepts introduced in the Law of One material is the mind-body-spirit complex. Ra uses this term instead of the word person or people. This is simply because Ra speaks from a higher level of understanding of what a human being truly is. When the average person thinks of themselves, they think of themselves as a body. But according to Ra, the body is just the most outward manifestation of a much more intricate system that makes up a person. The first and most original essence of what we are is spirit. The spirit then projects itself into a mind, and the mind projects itself into a body. Ra explains that each one of these three components are equally valid and equally necessary. You cannot separate any of them apart, as each one relies upon the other in perfect unison. So you could see it like this. The mind is the activating agent of the spirit, and the body is the activating agent of the mind. The spirit needs a mind in which to experience thought, perception, and sensation. But the mind needs a body to plug itself into 3D reality in order to have these kinds of experiences. This is also the true meaning of the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. Christianity refers to God as three persons: the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If we reorganize this correctly, we can see what each archetype represents. The Father representing the eternal unborn Spirit, the Holy Spirit representing the mind, and the Son representing the physical body. One God in three persons. This is a much misunderstood doctrine in Christianity because of how disconnected Christianity is from the metaphysical. In some Bible passages, there is also reference to the spirit, soul, and body, the soul being another word for mind. The spirit is that eternal essence of the Creator which is projected forth into space and time through the mind. Every spirit is an individuated unit or fraction of the Creator's consciousness. The spirit was never born and can never die. It simply merges back into the source once its evolutionary journey is complete. The purity and light of the spirit acts as a magnet that pulls the soul forward in its evolution, reaching always for the light, as a plant reaches for the light of the sun through the soil. The soul or mind of an entity is a vibrational frequency which goes on an evolutionary journey through countless lifetimes and incarnations. You could think of the soul as a work of art, a clay sculpture that the spirit is molding. Every soul is identical at the beginning of its journey, just as every lump of clay is identical before it is molded. Each incarnation acts as a movement of the potter's hands which shape the clay into a new form. Each incarnation brings new experiences, karma, and lessons to be learned. As the soul learns new lessons from each incarnation, it develops new biases and qualities, and the vibrational frequency of the soul increases. The faster the soul's vibration is, the quicker it will be to penetrate the veil of forgetting in third density and remember the lessons of love and wisdom. Finally, the body is the instrument through which the spirit and the soul can plug themselves into three-dimensional reality. At first density, the body is simply one of the four elements of earth, water, fire, and air. In second density, the body can range from microbial life all the way up through plant, insect, and animal life. In third density, we have human bodies with vastly greater capacity for self-awareness and intellectual understanding. In fourth density, the body becomes a mixture of biological and electromagnetic energy. In fifth density, the body is entirely made of electromagnetic energy and is able to be shaped by thought, as is also true in the sixth density, which then has an even greater capacity to travel through dimensions, time travel, and teleportation. All seven densities require a body through which to physically exist in space and time and evolve the soul. Without a body, the soul and spirit could not have any experience or evolution. This means that the body, although the final manifestation of the three, is equally as important as the soul and the spirit for the Creator to know itself. Thus we have the holy trinity of the mind-body-spirit complex. Now, when it comes to the body, Ra has some interesting things to say about how the physical vehicle is basically a manifestation of the density in which it is formed. So, although Earth recently made the switch from third to fourth density in 2012, we're still inhabiting yellow ray bodies from the third density. But now that the planetary frequency is fourth density, the evolution of human biology will begin to transition into the green ray. And how long this transition will take to complete is unknown. But my guess would be probably somewhere around a few 100,000 years. Ra states that the average fourth density life cycle of a planet is around 30 million years. So for the foreseeable future, the human body will be a mixture of yellow ray and green ray, but moving ever closer towards a full green ray manifestation. In session 30, Ra says that the body is the material of the density in which you experience. So to get a better understanding of what this means, let's take a closer look at what Ra has to say about it. Every creature in time and space contains 7 energy bodies, one for each chakra, and the one that manifests physically is determined by the density of that being. The energy bodies above that chakra remain available in potential in the non-physical. For example, when you dream at night or astral project, you are using your indigo ray or pineal gland body. Your physical yellow ray body cannot travel through these astral dimensions, but the indigo ray body can. This indigo ray body is what a 6th density being possesses natively, which is why they can navigate through time and space the way that we can in a lucid dream. Every animal, plant, insect, cell, and yes, even atom contains 7 energy centers, although most of them lie dormant. In session 3, Ra states, "Much as your mind-body-spirit complex dwells within an hierarchy of vehicles and retains therefore the shell or shape or field and the intelligence of each ascendingly intelligent or balanced body, so does each atom of such material as rock." So an ant, for example, has 7 energy centers just like us, yet only the first 2 are activated, while the other 5 lie in potential. An ant would not be able to activate its yellow ray energy center unless it became self-aware as humans are. Likewise, we humans have centers 1 through 3 activated by nature, but unlocking the 4th energy center is our opportunity in this lifetime. The red, orange, and yellow are the primal energy centers, while the green serves as the first spiritual energy center. Because of this, the blue, indigo, and violet rays are unavailable until the green ray is unlocked. Ra explains that the green ray can only be activated by transcending the belief in separation and seeing all beings as the creator. This is universal love. This recognition does not take place conceptually, but intuitively. In session 32, Ra states, "Once the green ray has been achieved, the ability of the entity to enter blue ray is immediate and is only awaiting the efforts of the individual. The indigo ray is opened only through considerable discipline and practice, largely having to do with acceptance of self, not only as the polarized or balanced self, but as the creator, as an entity of infinite worth. This will begin to activate the indigo ray." So we can summarize the 7 energy centers by saying this. The red ray is the foundational ray for all 7 densities. The orange ray is activated by growth and movement of the body, which we can call awareness. The yellow ray is the great stepping stone that potentiates the mind and body, and is activated through self-awareness. The green ray is the first spiritual ray and is activated by universal love. The blue ray is the wisdom ray, activated by self-knowledge and truthful expression. We can call this authenticity. The indigo ray is activated by self-acceptance. We can call this empowerment. And lastly, the violet ray does not have any specific function, as it is simply the gateway to intelligent infinity and serves as the barometer of the previous 6 energy centers and the register of the true vibration of that entity. When all of these energy centers are perfectly balanced with one another, the mind-body-spirit complex becomes what Ra calls a crystallized entity. One more interesting note Ra explains is that since the first energy center serves simply as the foundation and the 7th serves simply as the barometer, higher density beings such as Ra only count the orange through indigo rays as functioning energy centers, as the other 2 serve as the bookends for the energy body. So from Ra's perspective, the numbering of the rays begins at orange ray, yellow being the 2nd, green being the 3rd, blue being the 4th, and indigo being the 5th. Now, there is no right or wrong way to order the energy centers. The important part is understanding what their function is, how to unlock them, and begin doing work in each one of them to move closer and closer towards becoming a fully crystallized entity. So, as you can see, the 7 energy centers help to make up the physical and energetic bodies of the mind-body-spirit complex and act as the instruments through which the soul learns its lessons, evolves, and increases its vibration. Now, the Law of One has a lot more to say about this topic than can be covered in one video. But hopefully this at least gives you a sufficient overview to understand this topic a little bit better. But the message that I hope you take away from this video is that we are all vastly more complex, mysterious, and intelligently designed than any one of us can comprehend. We not only live within a marvelous universe, but each and every one of us is a marvelous universe that is helping to give the Creator a unique and beautiful new experience of itself. Most of our suffering in this lifetime comes from the belief that I am just this physical body. This is the ego's primary belief system that keeps us trapped in separation and blocks us from opening the heart chakra and experiencing the universal love that is our true nature. But if you can transcend this limited belief, then you can begin to know yourself on a much deeper level and begin to see that the physical body is simply the most outward manifestation of what you truly are. The body acts as the vehicle that carries your soul and spirit through this lifetime. So it is equally valid and it is to be honored, but it is not to be worshipped or pedestalized. All this can ever do for you is create suffering, because you are not anything with form or appearance. You are holy, you are eternal, and you are divine from top to bottom. And with that being said, I'll leave you now, as always, with one final quote from Ra. I would like to know how the mind-body-spirit complexes originate. Going back as far as necessary, how do they originate by spirit forming mind and mind forming body? Can you tell me this? I am Ra. We ask you to consider that you are attempting to trace evolution. This evolution is, as we have previously described, the consciousness being first, in first density, without movement, a random thing. Whether you may call this mind or body complex is a semantic problem. We call it mind-body complex, recognizing always that in the simplest iota of this complex exists in its entirety the one infinite creator. This mind-body-spirit complex then, in second density, discovering the growth and turning towards the light, thus awakening what you may call the spirit complex, that which intensifies the upward spiraling towards the love and light of the infinite creator. The addition of this spirit complex, though apparent rather than real, having existed potentially from the beginning of space-time, perfects itself by graduation into third density. When the mind-body-spirit complex becomes aware of the possibility of service to self or other self, then the mind-body-spirit complex is activated. The Law of One series, Episode 9. In this episode, I'd like to take a deep dive into what fourth density consciousness is, since this is the most relevant information for our planet at this time. As discussed in many previous episodes, all of us alive today are witnessing a very pivotal event in Earth's history, which is our planet's graduation from a third density vibration into a fourth density vibration. Now, a density refers to the amount of light contained within any particular dimension. The more light that there is, the more information there is. The more information, the more ability for consciousness to express itself. So as our planet gradually continues to make this transition out of a third density vibration and into the fourth, the entire planet, including plant and animal life, as well as human consciousness, will begin to reflect a fourth density vibration. So it's very helpful to know exactly what that looks like. The fourth density is the density of love, and it corresponds to the green ray chakra of the heart. Love is literally the recognition of oneness. So until you've achieved this level of self-realization, no virtue is truly genuine yet. When you know beyond any shadow of a doubt that the same life that flows through you flows through everything, then the love for yourself becomes the love for all, naturally and effortlessly. And this is fourth density consciousness. Ra explains that the green ray chakra is the gateway to the upper three chakras and the bridge between the lower three chakras. Ra calls it the springboard energy center. Without the green ray being open, the adept has no ability to access the blue, indigo, or violet ray chakras, or to access any of the powers contained within them. So an open heart is the key to all abilities in consciousness. And there's very good reason for this. So let's take a closer look at what the Ra material has to say about it. As the law of one states, all of creation is one. Because of this, the entry into fourth density consciousness is the awareness of perfect oneness, to see all others as yourself, and to love and treat them exactly as you would treat yourself. This is the golden rule, as taught by Christ, who was a fourth density wanderer himself. So what we can expect to see on our planet as time goes on is more awareness and outcry for injustice, for those who suffer and starve, for standing against corruption and equal rights for all. These are all signs of humanity's shift out of a third density consciousness and into the fourth. We're only at the beginning stages of this now, and we have a long way to go. Ra estimates that this transition will take between 100 to 700 years. But what a completely polarized fourth density consciousness looks like is what we call enlightenment. Enlightenment is not some magical state that only a few people achieve, but it is simply the next phase of the evolution of human consciousness. So you can look at some of the truly enlightened masters alive today, such as Eckhart Tolle, Byron Katie, Mooji, and Rupert Spira, and imagine how the world will look once everyone dwells in this state of consciousness. The reason that enlightenment is fourth density consciousness is because the enlightened mind sees all things as themselves. They do not see distinctions or differences any longer, knowing that all is the one creator. Therefore, without the belief in separation, psychological suffering becomes impossible. And as the Buddha famously said, enlightenment is the end of suffering. So we are currently evolving out of egoic consciousness, which served us well in third density, but becomes completely useless and irrelevant in the fourth density. Ra gives an explanation of what a positively polarized fourth density planet looks like, but when we describe the nature of oneness, we can only describe it in the negative. To try and speak of what oneness is invariably leads to distortions. So Ra speaks of fourth density in this way in session 16, question number 50. I am Ra. We ask you to consider as we speak that there are no words for positively describing fourth density. We can only explain what is not and approximate what is. Beyond fourth density, our ability grows more limited still until we become without words. That which fourth density is not. It is not of words, unless chosen. It is not of heavy chemical vehicles for body complex activities. It is not of disharmony within self. It is not of disharmony within peoples. It is not within limits of possibility to cause disharmony in any way. Approximations of positive statements. It is a plane of a type of bipedal vehicle which is much denser and more full of life. It is a plane wherein one is aware of the thoughts of other selves. It is a plane where one is aware of the vibrations of other selves. It is a plane of compassion and understanding of the sorrows of third density. It is a plane striving towards wisdom or light. It is a plane wherein individual differences are pronounced, although automatically harmonized by group consensus. So Ra explains that the fourth density is a kind of heaven compared to the third density, primarily because it is the density of love. So as Ra explains, there's essentially no more suffering in the fourth density. The third density, which we still experience now, is the most difficult of all the densities in terms of the amount of catalyst that's available here. Catalyst meaning challenges and difficulties that allow us to grow. Ra actually says that there's about 100 times more catalyst here than in any other density, just to put that in perspective for you. So we have a lot to look forward to because the fourth density is also what we refer to as Christ consciousness, as Christ was truly the perfect example of a positive fourth density being. Christ incarnated here to bring the message of fourth density oneness to a very broken and separated third density planet at the time. Christ's message of love and oneness was ultimately too much for the third density minds of that time to handle. Saying things like, "Whoever has seen me has seen the Father," and "I and my Father are one," was considered blasphemy to the religion of the day that thought itself to be separate from God. So, how do we achieve a fourth density consciousness of oneness with the Creator in this lifetime? What kind of practices can we take up? Luckily for us, Ra gives us a good amount of advice on this. For myself personally, I can attest that spending time every day when you're out in the world, seeing other people as simply yourself in another body, will do you wonders for opening your heart to the world and universal love. Now, I'm still on this journey, of course, but after spending just a year or so of doing this practice daily, I've begun to naturally feel a sense of oneness with people that I meet, whether they're a stranger or a friend. And so seeing other people as an extension of yourself does wonders for your peace of mind and your reactivity in difficult situations. You can't truly serve other people unless you see them as an extension of you. As Christ famously said, "When you have done it unto the least of these, you have done it unto me." So sometimes people think of the service to others path as one where we simply become pushovers and lay down for other people and don't consider ourselves at all anymore. So if somebody wants to steal my lunch money, I just say, "Well, I'm service to others, so here you go, take my money, and you can beat me up if you want, I'm not going to react." But this is obviously not a correct understanding of what serving others means. Oneness means that others are no less the Creator than I am, but they are no more the Creator than I am either. So I treat others exactly how I would want to be treated. So if somebody treats me how I wouldn't want to be treated, then I speak my truth and I stand up for myself in a compassionate manner. In one example of this, Dawn asks Ra what the appropriate response would be to a person who is starving and says, "I would assume that the appropriate response would be to teach them the law of one." And Ra says, "This is incorrect. To one who is starving, the appropriate response is the feeding of the body." Meaning, hey, if you were starving to death, would you crack open a book and read the law of one, or would you feed yourself? When we consider others exactly as ourselves, the correct responses just become intuitive for us. You don't have to follow rules or dogmas or a religion to know what's right. You simply follow your heart. So let's take a look now at how Ra says that we can begin to achieve fourth density consciousness. In Carla's channelings of the Quo group, a group which contains Ra's social memory complex, They explain that there are two chambers of the heart, which they call the outer courtyard and the inner sanctum of the heart. We begin opening the heart chakra by doing shadow work, cleaning out the unhealed wounds of our past and bringing our pain into the light. A quote from the Quo group, channeled in January of 2006 says, "The heart chakra has two distinct levels. We would call them the outer courtyard of the heart and the inner sanctum of the heart. You come into the outer courtyard of your own heart when you are ready at last to face your shadow self. Whatever you have not yet recognized or developed within your personality meets you in the courtyard of the open heart. It is here that you will find your shadow self. In order to enter the inner sanctum of your own heart, you must do the work of greeting, understanding, accepting, feeling compassion for, and eventually redeeming every bit of undeveloped light that is a part of yourself." Ra explains that acceptance of self is key to unblocking the green ray, and therefore opening the channel to the blue, indigo, and violet rays as well. To accept yourself as the creator, you must also accept all others as the creator. If you try to accept yourself as the creator, but still judge others as being separate from you, your green ray will remain blocked. So when asked in session 10 for helpful exercises to accelerate this transition, Ra says, "I am Ra. Exercise 1. This is the most nearly centered and usable within your illusion complex. The moment contains love. That is the lesson/goal of this illusion or density. The exercise is to consciously seek that love in awareness and understanding. Exercise 2. The universe is one being. When a mind-body-spirit complex views another mind-body-spirit complex, see the creator. This is a helpful exercise. Exercise 3. Gaze within a mirror. See the creator. Exercise 4. Gaze at the creation which lies about the mind-body-spirit complex of each entity. See the creator." The foundation or prerequisite of these exercises is a predilection towards what may be called meditation, contemplation, or prayer. With this attitude, these exercises can be processed. Without it, the data will not sink down into the roots of the tree of mind, thus enabling and ennobling the body and touching the spirit. So opening the green ray is simple in theory, but it requires constant and relentless practice to recondition the mind from its old third density conditioning of separation. So spend time every day seeking for what the most loving response is in any situation, the most loving to yourself and to the other person. When you see other people, practice not seeing them as separate bodies, but see them as the creator, indwelling and disguising itself in a body. Can you accept those people who annoy you or try to manipulate you and hold them in honor at the soul level? This is fourth density consciousness. When you look in a mirror, practice looking past the outer appearance of the body and see the source of life within it, the one infinite creator, and know yourself to be that. This is fourth density consciousness. A practice that I also find to be very helpful is to constantly see my life as a dream that I'm having, that I am the supreme reality, dreaming of this world and this body, and therefore everything that I see is also a projection of myself. See all of creation as an expression of your infinite self, and see each moment as a new and fresh realization of your own being. These are some of the practices you can begin doing right now to open your heart and begin raising your consciousness to a fourth density vibration. And when you do that, you also help to raise the planetary vibration as well. And so this is why personal development and spiritual growth is the number one most important service that you can offer to the world. When you heal yourself, you heal the planet, because you are the planet. We are all extensions of the Logos of Mother Gaia. She is in the fourth density right now, giving all of us her fourth density light, that our eyes might be opened to the unity and oneness of all things. So, in closing, I'll leave you, as always, with one final quote from Ra. Questioner. First, we are now in the fourth density. Will the effects of fourth density increase in the next 30 years? Will we see more changes in our environments and our effect upon our environment? I am Ra. The fourth density is a vibrational spectrum. Your time-space continuum has spiraled your planetary sphere and your, what we would call galaxy, what you call star, into this vibration. This will cause the planetary sphere itself to electromagnetically realign its vortices of reception to the instreaming of cosmic forces expressing themselves as vibrational webs so that the Earth will be thus fourth density magnetized. You will find a sharp increase in the number of people, as we call mind-body-spirit complexes, whose vibrational potentials include the potential for fourth vibrational distortions. Thus, there will seem to be, shall we say, a new breed. These are those incarnating for fourth density work. Welcome back to the Law of One series, episode 10. Since our last episode was on fourth density consciousness, we're going to tackle another major teaching today from the Law of One that relates to this, and that is the harvest. Now, I think that of all the concepts taught in the Law of One, the harvest is probably the most misunderstood and misused one of all. And just by the name alone, you can sort of see why this is the case, because it kind of gives off this impression of an end times rapture event of souls being harvested to the afterlife. And as you'll see from this episode, this is not at all the case. Just like the term wanderer, when Ra was being channeled through Carla, they were simply choosing what they believed were the most accurate words available in our language to communicate their points. These are not words that higher density beings use to refer to these concepts, because higher density beings don't even use verbal language. So, because concepts carry a lot of distortions, we seem to project onto Ra what we think that they're saying. So, in order to clear up this mess, let's talk about what the harvest really is and look at some passages from the Ra material. To those who are new to the Ra material, the term harvest is sometimes misconstrued to mean some kind of extraterrestrial harvesting of humans. But all that the term harvest represents is a planetary cycle in which the planet itself becomes magnetized to the next density level in the vibration of light. As Ra explains, the photon actually increases its vibration at each density level. The reason for this is that as consciousness evolves, it is able to absorb more light, which means more information, which also means more evolution. So the density level of light that the planet has access to always matches the overall readout of the state of consciousness of the planet. The two are one. So Ra explains that every planet in the universe is essentially a ticking clock. Planets move through cycles or stages as they age, and this works mechanically, in accordance with the planet's orbit around the sun. Each density level has a different cycle of time than the previous. So I'm going to explain the harvest from the perspective of the planet as a living entity, which I believe will then help us to understand how it works on the human level as well. So the planet begins in first density, this density level taking around 2 billion years. The first density correlates to the red ray or root chakra. Once the rate of vibration increases enough, Earth moves into the second density. This corresponds to the orange ray or sacral chakra. After another few billion years, consciousness moves into the third density, where the rate of vibration of light increases enough to allow consciousness to become self-aware. Ra says that the planetary cycles for third density in total is 75,000 years. And this consists of 3 separate 25,000-year cycles. These 25,000-year cycles are the precession of Earth's rotational axis. The direction in the sky to which the Earth's axis points goes around in a big circle, each one taking 25,000 years to complete. So in other words, this precession changes the North Star as seen from our planet. Third density's time period is incredibly short compared to all other densities, because it is simply the density in which the planet chooses which polarity it will be magnetized to. So from the lifespan of the planet, this choosing period happens in the snapping of a finger. But in our lifespan, 25,000 years is a very long time. Each time this precession completes, like the gear hands on a clock, the Earth is eligible for graduation into the next density level. This graduation is what Ra calls the harvest. In session 9, Ra says, "This intelligent energy offers a type of clock. The cycles move as precisely as a clock strikes your hour. Thus, the gateway from intelligent energy to intelligent infinity opens regardless of circumstance on the striking of the hour." So the Earth becomes harvested to the next density level if the Earth has polarized positively or negatively within that 25,000-year cycle. As we know from previous episodes, the positive polarity requires 51% or greater, and the negative polarity requires 95% or greater. So if the Earth is still within that 6 to 50% mark when the harvest cycle comes around, then it will complete another 25,000-year cycle. And Ross says that after 3 of these cycles, the Earth is harvested into the next density level, regardless of whether or not the polarity has been chosen yet. So whichever polarity is greater in strength is what the planet becomes in the 4th density. So if the planet is closer to being positively polarized, then it would become a very weak, positively polarized 4th density planet. And this is sort of how Ra describes the harvest on our planet. The Earth ended its 75,000-year total 3rd density time period in the year 2012. Ra says that we were eligible for a positive 4th density harvest, but just barely. And so this is where Ra will explain why there have been so many wanderers incarnating onto our planet over the last few decades to help raise the planetary vibration into a positive one in time for the harvest. And apparently, it worked. So souls have the right to choose this act of service if they wish to help a planet that's sort of struggling in that middle zone as the harvest is approaching. So how does this planetary cycle affect us? The harvest is a harvesting of all of our spiritual progress up to that point. And if you remember the concept of the Logos, we are all one with Mother Earth. Her vibration is ours and vice versa. So what determines the planetary vibration is the sum total of the collective consciousness on Earth. So we are directly responsible for allowing Mother Earth to graduate. Because again, we are the Earth. It's not like Mother Earth can say, well, I'm ready to become 4th density positive, but all the cells in my body aren't. You are the cells in your body. So what happens to them happens to you. So when the harvest cycle comes around, only those souls who have positively or negatively polarized will be eligible to select a 4th density incarnation in their next lifetime. Ross says that those who lie in that middle ground of 6 to 50% will just have to repeat another 3rd density cycle. So nobody loses in this game. You just start the level over, kind of like a video game. You can't actually lose the game. You just keep playing it until you figure it out and beat it. Some people beat the game really quickly, and others take a long time. But ultimately, neither one is better or worse than the other. It simply offers the creator a different experience of itself. The density levels also represent certain lessons that consciousness must learn before it can enter the next vibration of experience. In 2nd density, the lesson is to learn self-awareness, which is the property of third density. In third density, the lesson is to learn love and oneness, which is the property of fourth density. So each density is pulled by the spiritual gravity of the following density level, and this pulling toward the light is what allows a soul to eventually be harvested. Imagine walking up a staircase made of light, and each step is a little bit brighter than the previous one. We continue walking up this staircase of light until the light is too blinding and we have to stop. Our soul is only harvested once our physical body dies. So if, when the harvest comes around, you have not stepped onto the first fourth density stair yet, you must repeat the third density again. And if you missed the fourth density harvest on Earth, you will have to repeat third density on a planet somewhere else. If you are already walking on the fourth density stairs, the Creator knows that your soul is ready for a fourth density incarnation. In session 6, Ra says, "The spirit complex of each harvested entity moves along the line of light until the light grows too glaring, at which time the entity stops. This entity may have barely reached third density, or may be very, very close to the ending of the third density. Nevertheless, those who fall within this octave of intensifying light love then experience a major cycle of that density. The choice between the polarities is the whole point of third density, and the primary factor required for graduation in the harvest. All will be harvested, but not all will graduate. Some will repeat third density over again. Ra says that the choice in third density is the work of but a moment, yet is the axis upon which the creation turns. In session 71, Ra says, "The connection between polarization and harvestability is most important in the third density harvest. In this density, an increase in the serving of others or the serving of self will almost inevitably increase the ability of an entity to enjoy a higher intensity of light. Thus, in this density, we must say it is hardly possible to polarize without increasing in harvestability." So the way that polarization works is very simple. Any action that you take that has the well-being of others in mind is polarizing you towards the positive polarity. Any action you take that has service to self in mind at the exclusion of others is polarizing you towards the negative polarity. But that being said, you're not just going to accidentally wind up polarizing positive or negative. Ra says it takes real awareness of the game you're playing to make a choice and commit to either path. Otherwise, you're going to remain in limbo in that median range of 6 to 50% and never be eligible for graduation. Now, Ra also explains that within each density are 7 sub-densities, within which there are 7 sub-sub-densities, and so on for infinity. So when you graduate to fourth density, you're going to be placed in the exact sub-density level of where you left off in your previous incarnation. So if you make use of your catalyst here and you begin polarizing your consciousness strongly into the love and light of fourth density, then you're going to be placed in a higher sub-density level than somebody who barely did enough work to graduate. So in essence, no spiritual work is ever lost. And this sort of touches on another main question that gets asked around the topic of the harvest, which usually goes something like this. What's the point of doing all this work on myself if all I gotta do is be eligible to graduate and I'll wind up in the fourth density with everybody else? This is sort of akin to the Christian belief that doing personal work on yourself is basically useless because, hey, you've confessed Jesus as Lord, so you've got your one-way ticket to heaven. And in heaven, you're not going to have any of these issues anymore. So why go through all the trouble of forgiving people and doing shadow work? You may think that's funny, but I've had that exact conversation with a Christian friend of mine on more than one occasion. Try and imagine Hitler confessing Christ as Lord right before his last breath, and then he winds up in heaven with the rest of us, and we're like, "Yo, dude, what are you doing here?" And he's like, Hey, I confessed Christ as Lord at the last second, so I'm in with you guys now. How fair would that be? Yes, Hitler would be forgiven, of course, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a lot of karma to work out. So the answer to that question is, we live in a perfectly just and fair universe. So students who score an A+ on the test are going to receive a greater reward than those who just barely pass with a C-. One gets a college scholarship, the other has to go to a junior college. So for example, if you just do barely enough work to graduate into fourth density, well, that's awesome, but your next incarnation will probably be on a planet that's just barely entered fourth density, similar to ours. But if you decide to make use of your catalyst and polarize as much as you can in this lifetime, then your next incarnation will probably be on Earth a few thousand years from now, when we're much more advanced into fourth density love. So there's always incentive to put in the work here and now, because third density is the ultimate catalyst for spiritual evolution. That's why it's so difficult here compared to other density levels. The risk is high, but the reward is also high. So in conclusion, the point that I want to really drive home is that there is nothing more important that you can do in this lifetime than working on yourself. Accepting yourself, forgiving yourself, and knowing yourself are the most important things you can do in this lifetime. Not only for your own benefit, but for the benefit of the planet as a whole. When you increase your vibration, you increase the planetary vibration. When the planetary vibration increases, it creates a more conducive atmosphere for other people to wake up. We as a planetary civilization are in the process of waking up to our oneness right now. Planet Earth is already in the fourth density, but there's many people on our planet that are still trying to catch up with her. And the way that we help them do that is that we make our choice here and now. It is the easiest thing in the world to remain in that 6 to 50% margin, but it requires an understanding of the game you're playing to choose between the two. So if you choose to polarize negatively into the fourth density, then you're going to be harvested into a fourth density negative planet somewhere else. But Ra says that those who graduate on Earth into fourth density positive almost always choose to reincarnate into fourth density on the same planet. And what this means is that we are truly all in this together. At some point in our fourth density, all of our minds will be joined as one. This is what Ra calls a social memory complex. And Ra explains that the fourth density is a kind of heaven compared to the third density, where there is no more suffering or disharmony. And the entire cycle of fourth density lasts for about 30 million years, which means that each harvest cycle is about 10 million years. So when you compare that to the third density, you realize that we truly are here for just a flash of a moment. But the choices we make here dictate the evolutionary destiny of our souls. So those of us who choose the path of love will experience a completely different world than the one we see today when we reincarnate here. And so we are bringing heaven to earth right now as we choose to stand for love, for righteousness, and peace. There's a famous passage in the book of Matthew, chapter 9, where Jesus is speaking to his disciples about spreading the gospel. And he says to them, "The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Therefore, ask the Lord of the harvest to send out workers into his field." In another passage in John chapter 4, Jesus says, "Don't you all have a saying? It's still 4 months until the harvest. But I tell you, open your eyes and look at the fields. They are already ripe for the harvest." We are those workers being sent out into the field. Our planetary cycle of third density ended in 2012, which means that every third density soul born on this planet will be harvested one way or another when their incarnation here is over, which means there's never been a better time for spiritual work on our planet than right now. By expanding our vibration and radiating love and light to all those we come in contact with, we can help countless numbers of people not have to repeat third density over again. There's nothing wrong if they do, of course, but why should they have to if there's an opportunity for graduation right now? This is the best way that we can be of service and polarize our own souls at the same time. There are so few people aware of the pivotal shift happening in Earth's history right now. But more people are waking up to this shift every single day. Ra warned us that our transition into fourth density was going to be a difficult one, and our world is reflecting this change right now. There is total chaos and total disharmony. But there's also the questioning of power and standing up to injustice. The winds of change are blowing strong, and each and every one of us came here to experience the shift that's happening right now. To which I will simply say, wake up, workers. The fields are white for the harvest. Welcome back to the Law of One series, episode 14. Today we're going to dive a little bit deeper into a topic that we've covered a few times already in this series, which is the social memory complex. Now, the social memory complex is a fascinating stage in the evolution of a planetary civilization. And in today's episode, we're going to talk extensively about the future of our social memory complex and the destiny of our civilization here on planet Earth. But before we do that, let's take a quick overview of what a social memory complex is and how it evolves. There are two polarities in the universe from which consciousness can evolve: the positive polarity and the negative polarity. The social memory complex is a phenomenon that occurs in both polarities, usually beginning in the fourth density, although the functionality of the complex differs dramatically between the two polarities. The Law of One states that throughout the universe, the majority of social memory complexes by far are of the positive path, because the formation of social memory is significantly simpler within the service to others path, being oriented towards love and unity and functioning without a hierarchy or a power structure within the group. The negative path, being built upon the philosophy of service to self, is constantly disintegrating due to the need to establish a hierarchy of power. As a planetary civilization evolves, the increasing density of light allows for higher abilities in consciousness to evolve, such as telepathy and physical healing. A harmonious society that has eradicated all major world issues, such as war, disease, famine, and poverty, is able to divert their energies towards things like science, metaphysics, and expanding consciousness. Eventually, mind-to-mind communication allows for thoughts and memories to be shared, and as more entities join the group mind, the civilization slowly becomes a social memory complex, where every member within the group becomes a kind of walking library, no longer functioning from an individual consciousness, but as an extension of the group mind. Having access to all thoughts and memories of every being within the group creates an overwhelming awareness of oneness, that we are truly all the same, and that we all experience the same challenges, pain, sorrow, and joy. Individuality is still retained, although it is no longer a limitation. Similar to the hive mind of a colony of bees, each entity serves the whole rather than themselves, which allows for dramatic acceleration in the evolution of consciousness. In session 11, Ra states, "A mind-body-spirit social complex becomes a social memory complex when its entire group of entities are of one orientation or seeking. The group memory lost to the individuals in the roots of the tree of mind then become known to the social complex, thus creating a social memory complex. The advantages of this complex are the relative lack of distortion in understanding, and the relative lack of distortion in pursuing the direction of seeking, for all understandings are available to the entities of the society. So we tend to think about the progression of the densities as beginning in the first and finishing at the seventh. But to understand why individual souls must eventually evolve into a group mind, it's helpful to look at the densities in reverse. From the Creator's perspective, we might say, it projects its consciousness into space and time and strips off layer after layer of its nature. The sixth density, stripping off unity, goes to the fifth. Stripping off wisdom goes to the fourth. And stripping away love goes to the third density, and so forth. And then at the first density, the soul begins the return movement back to the Creator. And this is what we are all doing now. Each one of us is a unique return movement of the Source consciousness. This is also why Ra states that everything has already happened, and that there is no time. So you might imagine a mirror getting shattered, and once the pieces are scattered across the floor, the frame slowly starts moving in reverse, and we watch these pieces merge back together and recreate the mirror in its totality. The Creator is that mirror, and we are those individual fragments. Each fragment retains all the qualities of the mirror in a limited form, until those fragments start coming back together, which represents the social memory complex. So a social memory complex has substantially greater powers and abilities than an individual mind-body-spirit complex could ever develop alone, which is why it's a very necessary stage in the evolution of consciousness. And this is why virtually all channeled works, such as the Ra material, speak in the plural form of we and us. Once the wave realizes that it is the whole ocean, it's no longer necessary to speak on behalf of one single wave. And so this is why extraterrestrials communicate in this manner. Once minds become joined together, developing technology to travel to other star systems is very easy to accomplish. The planet itself essentially becomes an entity that can travel the universe and be of service to other, less polarized civilizations than itself. And this is exactly what the extraterrestrials that we see in our own skies every single day are doing here. Imagine the universe as an infinite field of flowers, and bees are always traveling from flower to flower, looking for an open blossom that's ready to be pollinated with the law of one. But the nectar that all bees are looking for is free will. So a closed blossom that hasn't fully developed yet might wonder to itself, am I the only flower in the whole universe? But this is only because we're still at such a primitive and infantile stage of our development that we're not ready to be pollinated with the law of one yet. So these bees, or other planetary civilizations, are simply waiting for us to come to our evolutionary fruition. And once we acknowledge that we're not alone and we're ready to have communication with our planetary neighbors, they will be more than happy to come help us eradicate all disease and famine and every world issue that plagues us now. And in doing so, we will also help them to polarize further on the positive path as well. So unlike the negative polarity, which looks to take nectar from one another, the service to others path is always a win-win for everyone involved. So now let's talk about where we are in this picture. Technically speaking, Earth is already a social memory complex, albeit a very disconnected and disoriented one. But this is why we can already sense and intuit the feelings and emotions, and sometimes even the thoughts of people we love the most. Have you ever thought about somebody right before they call you or text you? Have you ever been suddenly alerted that somebody you love is in danger? These are signs and symptoms of the social memory complex coming to fruition. However, you'll notice that these kinds of psychic phenomenon only happen with people that you love. Because in order to connect with someone else's consciousness, you must have love for them, because love is unity. So, most likely, about 1 to 2/3 of our current planetary population will not be involved in Earth's future social memory complex. Because many of the souls incarnate today will not make it to graduation into fourth density in this lifetime, and will therefore have to repeat third density somewhere else, since planet Earth is now officially a fourth density planet. Another significant percentage of the souls incarnate on Earth today are wanderers from other civilizations, who simply incarnated here to help Earth become eligible for our fourth density graduation in 2012. And they will likely return back to their native planet after their incarnation here is over. Ra stated that there's somewhere around 65 million wanderers incarnate on Earth, and it's probably many times higher than that today, since the raw material was channeled almost half a century ago. And then, of course, another small percentage of the souls incarnate on Earth today will wind up choosing the service to self path. So it is those of us who are eligible for fourth density graduation in this lifetime who will likely reincarnate on Earth in the future. And when we reincarnate depends totally upon which sub-density level our soul falls into according to our evolutionary progress. So the souls who just barely make graduation with a 51% grade of service to others will likely reincarnate on Earth in a century or two. Those of us with a much stronger polarity will likely reincarnate a few thousand years from now, once the Earth has become more totally a fourth density or green ray planet. And once we achieve social memory, we will join our galactic neighbors in the confederation of planets that is currently monitoring us and awaiting us. Which leads me to the next important point. At the time of this recording, it is February of the year 2021, and we've just made it through the most tumultuous year on record. One of the hallmarks of graduation into fourth density is that we must purge the collective karma of our third density past. And that's exactly what we're witnessing happen right now. Mother Gaia seems to be in quite a hurry to get rid of the third density distortions that still plague our collective consciousness. And so she is exposing them in a very abrupt manner. Here in America alone, in the last 6 months, we have seen so much mainstream corruption being exposed that it's truly mind-boggling. The amount of deceit and corruption that is bubbling to the surface is truly unprecedented. We are officially in the middle of our birth pains into the fourth density. And in session 83, Ra is asked about the kind of covert slavery and control that's currently happening on our planet today. And Ra's response was, "At the present space-time, the conditions of well-meant and unintentional slavery are so numerous that it beggars our ability to enumerate them." What Ra means by this is that the wealthy elites and the mainstream establishments on planet Earth are not evil, but are deeply unconscious and self-seeking. They want money and power not to polarize negatively, but because they believe it will make them happy. But in service to self-oriented thinking, you must take away someone else's happiness to have it for your own. And with that being said, the pandemic of 2020 has exposed a staggering amount of corruption that the average working class citizen has been mostly unaware of until now. The veil has officially been shattered. We have seen the corruption of our own government, Big Pharma, Big Tech, Wall Street, and the mainstream media, who all work together cohesively to lie and gaslight the public, to suppress information and shift the narrative so that no matter what happens, the wealthy and powerful retain their wealth and power. The mainstream will twist the narrative to keep the public at war with one another, demonizing one another, and therefore overlooking the manipulation that's happening in plain sight. Widespread fear and panic, countless violent riots and protests, enforced lockdowns that decimated the middle class, and resulted in the largest wealth transfer in world history, with the top 1% taking $50 trillion from the bottom 90% and creating 56 new billionaires on Wall Street in just 1 year. And now the people have seen this wide-scale corruption exposed before their very eyes, and they will not be able to unsee it. How we respond to this moment now determines how we will polarize as a planet. There still remain many systems of corruption that will be collectively exposed, such as the food industry, the prison system, child trafficking, and animal abuse. There are many challenges still ahead of us, but this is the important point. As painful and difficult as these times are, we have taken huge strides in the right direction. These systems of corruption and division have always pervaded our society, and if we are to heal them, we must first become painfully aware of them. We must do our collective shadow work now if we are to step into the fourth density and realize our destiny as a social memory complex. And that shadow work begins with each one of us individually. We must raise the planetary vibration now by expanding our own consciousness. That is all we can truly do. Without raising the frequency of consciousness on Earth, any concerted effort to stand against power abuse and tyranny will ultimately fail. We cannot end corruption by hating it. We cannot compensate for the sins of the past with sins today. We must overcome evil with good. We must end war by loving peace and end corruption by loving justice. If we continue to fight evil with evil, hate with hate, and violence with violence, we will continue to polarize negatively. We as a civilization must learn to see all as one, to forgive our past, to speak truth to power in love, and to stand against injustice through peaceful non-compliance. If we do not evolve soon, we will destroy one another and this beautiful planet we call home. Our galactic family is watching us quietly from above, sending us love and light, and hoping that we will choose to join them in cosmic consciousness. But the choice is ours alone. We are living in perhaps the most important time in human history. We have the technology now to wipe each other out and take our beautiful planet along with us, if we choose to remain separate from one another. The fate of our civilization hangs in the balance, and there's only one way we can tip the scales in the right direction. We must evolve. We must choose now to heal our separation from one another. We must choose to transcend egoic consciousness and step into the fourth density consciousness of love and unity. And that decision begins with you. It does us no good to point our fingers at the world. The world does not need to be saved for us. The world needs to be saved from us. We must make expanding consciousness the number one goal of our civilization. In the same way that we have witnessed in the past year how the mob mentality can sweep through large groups of people and suck them into the collective unconscious without even realizing it, we can also sweep people into the vibration of love by becoming love ourselves. The higher we raise our vibration, the more accessible we make it for others to do the same. So let the world go on as it will. You cannot save it. Simply save yourself. Prioritize your own spiritual healing and evolution above all else. You are the light of the world, which means that the world will be as bright as the love that you give it. When you cleanse yourself of distortions, you allow more of the love and the light of the one infinite creator to shine through you. the more light that shines through you, the more light shines in the world. So your healing is the world's healing. So if you're serious about your spiritual growth, I have hundreds of videos on my YouTube channel created for this very purpose. You can watch my playlist series such as Mind Science, A Course in Miracles, The Law of Attraction, and of course, The Law of One. And if you want to take your growth to the next level beyond that, I have intensive courses available, such as an 8-week masterclass called Master Your Mind, which is designed to take you beyond ego consciousness into the fourth density. But however you decide to take your spiritual journey, this is the important point. We came here for this very purpose. This is our moment in history, but our time here is so short and so precious. We can bring unity consciousness to the world for future generations to enjoy. But remaining stuck in ego consciousness and living for yourself will profit you nothing. You are one person of billions living on a planet in a galaxy of trillions of other planets, in a universe of trillions of other galaxies. You are literally a speck on a speck in an infinite ocean of specks. If you want to remain as nothing but a speck in the universe, then remain stuck in ego. But if you choose to go beyond ego, you can become a part of a destiny that is so much more grand. One day, we will all share our memories together from every lifetime you've ever lived, including the one you're living right now. So why not make it epic and beautiful and a story worth watching? If we step into this moment of darkness together with our hands joined in love and unity, we will make it through. And the marvelous light of fourth density awaits us on the other side. And I'll leave you with one last silver lining. In session 65, question 12, Ra hints at the possibility that in one great moment of distress, Earth might be able to unite together. Perhaps Ra was hinting at a future possibility that we are experiencing right now. I am Ra. We may note at this point, while you ponder the possibility-probability vortices, that although you have many items which cause distress and thus offer seeking and service opportunities, there is always one container in that store of peace, love, light, and joy. This vortex may be very small, but to turn one's back upon it is to forget the infinite possibilities of the present moment. Could your planet polarize towards harmony in one fine, strong moment of inspiration? Yes, my friends. It is not probable, but it is ever possible. Welcome back to the Law of One series, episode 15. Today's video is going to be a little bit of a different flavor, as we're going to be covering a topic that's become very popular in our world today, and one that relates deeply to the raw material. That topic is the UFO phenomenon, but more specifically, extraterrestrial contact and the Fermi paradox. Now, I'm also aware that this video will probably attract a lot of new listeners to my channel that haven't watched my content before, or perhaps haven't even heard of the Law of One before. And if that's you, firstly, welcome to the channel. Secondly, I'm not going to be asking you to believe anything in this video, but only to watch it with an open mind, because the theory that I'm going to be sharing with you in this video will probably stretch your conception of the universe quite a bit. But if you're open to seeing things differently, I think you'll find this theory to be highly consistent and satisfying in providing answers to these deep questions that we wrestle with, such as the Fermi paradox. The Fermi paradox is a term coined by an Italian-American physicist named Enrico Fermi, which highlights the apparent contradiction between the lack of evidence for extraterrestrial civilizations compared to the various high estimates of their probability. Essentially, if there's so many habitable planets in the universe, which we know there are, why don't we see aliens just buzzing around everywhere like the Jetsons? And if we don't see aliens buzzing around like the Jetsons, they must not exist. The Fermi paradox. First of all, we definitely do see extraterrestrials all the time in undeniable ways. And these sightings are happening more and more frequently as time progresses. But to people who simply can't expand their mind enough to accept the possibility that we might not be alone in the universe, no evidence will ever be good enough. And I believe it's very important to have an open-minded skepticism and rational approach to these kinds of matters. But at a certain point, being hyper-skeptical about everything becomes unintelligent. There's people who pride themselves on being skeptics who simply wouldn't accept any evidence presented to them. Even if extraterrestrials did land on the front lawn of the White House and walk out of their flying saucers and present us with their technology, there would still be people who would look at them and say, people in space suits and ET costumes, I'm not going to fall for that trick. Oh wow, they're levitating now. He just materialized a fractal geometric shape out of thin air. Must be some new Chinese technology. You're not going to fool me. I'm rational. Having so many people being unable to accept the reality of extraterrestrials is exactly what is keeping us from establishing contact with them. But with that being said, there really aren't many UFO skeptics left today, because of the fact that our own government and other world governments like Russia and China have already openly acknowledged that the UFO phenomenon is real. There have been countless high-ranking officials, such as military generals, Air Force pilots, Navy pilots, CIA employees, scientists, who've all acknowledged first-hand encounters with UFOs. Our own Pentagon released a statement saying that they have, quote, acquired off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. There have been numerous mass public sightings of UFOs all around the world, such as the Phoenix Lights in 1997, where tens of thousands of people watched a silent, mile-wide triangular craft hovering over Phoenix for almost 2 hours. We even have records of dozens of news articles from the 1700s, where colonials and settlers would routinely see craft in the sky, which they described as airships. Couldn't have been Russian or Chinese technology back then, unless of course they also figured out time travel, which sounds super likely. Yet even with all this unbelievable evidence, life goes on as usual. How? Why? The answer is simple. Because we project our primitive state of consciousness onto extraterrestrials and assume that they should be doing what we would do if we were extraterrestrials. We don't understand the seemingly mysterious behavior of all these UFO craft we see, just appearing silently out of nowhere and then making impossible flight patterns and blinking out of existence, almost as if they hardly want to be noticed. We wouldn't do that if we were aliens. We would definitely land on the White House front lawn and dazzle everyone with our technology, or we would conquer and enslave them and make them serve us. But either way, if they're not doing one of those two things, they must not be real. The Fermi paradox. Firstly, extraterrestrials have no interest in dazzling us with their technology because they don't have egos like we do. And secondly, we do have egos and they're aware of that. So they understand that we wouldn't use their technology for good at this point. And thirdly, they definitely aren't interested in taking us over militarily. Or one, they would have already done that. And two, if they were hostile and tribalistic and warlike, then they would have wiped themselves out long ago. Any civilization advanced enough to travel to other star systems must have become unified and harmonious. So we really haven't figured out yet that what we call love is really just intelligence. Love is harmony and unity. Harmony is efficiency. Efficiency is intelligence. So because ETs look and behave nothing like our Hollywood movies have depicted them, we simply can't believe it. So now that we have the table set, let's take a closer look into the philosophy of extraterrestrials according to the Law of One, so we can get a better idea for why these craft are revealing themselves to us and how their technology operates. Although we see many different shapes and sizes of UFOs, they all behave in a very consistent manner. They are always completely silent. They move at unimaginably fast velocities and are able to stop and turn on a dime. These extraterrestrials are not using action-reaction propulsion systems as we do. Our rockets and jets essentially fly by shooting an explosion out of the back of the craft, which generates forward momentum. But because these craft can create their own gravity, they are creating a distortion in gravity at the front of the craft. And by aiming the gravity distortion, the craft falls in that direction. This is also why these craft seem to glow brightly at night. Because just as Einstein discovered through his theory of general relativity, gravity bends the fabric of space and time. Even light cannot escape gravity. And because these craft are generating huge amounts of gravity, the photons in the atmosphere are essentially being pulled into the craft, causing the craft to appear to glow at night. These UFOs also show the ability to materialize and dematerialize at will. We assume that they are moving through dimensions, but what they are actually doing is changing the vibratory rate of their craft. All matter in the universe is made up of photons, and when those photons vibrate fast enough, particles at lower densities of vibration do not interact with one another. By increasing the density of their craft's vibratory rate, these craft seemingly implode on themselves and become invisible. The craft is still there, but our brain does not have the capacity to detect it. So the question is, how are these beings able to do these incredible things to their crafts? Is it done through technology or something else? And this is where we have to begin opening our minds to consider truly alien possibilities. These extraterrestrials are thousands and maybe millions of years more advanced than us, and so at their stage of evolution, technology is obsolete. Everything is done purely through consciousness. The universe is fractal in nature, which means that it continues to operate by the same principles at every level. For example, electrons orbit around a nucleus the same way that planets orbit around stars. In chemistry, there are two polarities with which an electron can be charged: the positive polarity and the negative polarity. The Law of One defines them as the service to others path and the service to self path, because this is the means by which consciousness gains charge in each polarity. The positive polarity is radiating, the negative is magnetic. The term work in physics is the ability of a system to exert force on its surroundings. In order to do work, an electron must have a charge. In order to have a charge, it must be polarized. This is exactly the same way that the evolution of consciousness works. The universe is a field of consciousness, and in order to exert force upon the field, you must be polarized. Every being in the universe is a unit of consciousness, on a journey of evolution to choose a polarity and begin polarizing further on that polarity. The further consciousness polarizes, the more ability it has to perform work in consciousness. The beings that are visiting us from other star systems have been polarizing for thousands of years longer than us. They are able to travel the universe with unfettered tread, everything being accomplished with the power of consciousness alone. But how does one polarize in consciousness? What is the mechanism for gaining polarity? The answer is free will. Free will is the nectar of the universe, and bees from other planets are always traveling from flower to flower looking for some of that nectar. And this is essentially the answer to the Fermi paradox. For the positive polarity, infringement of another being's free will depolarizes, while honoring and protecting free will gains in polarity. It is similar as well for the negative path, except that the negative entity polarizes by acquiring one's free will through a power structure. Similar to a cult or a military dictatorship, negative entities travel the universe looking for civilizations who will give up their free will in exchange for power. If you serve me, I will make you great. This is the philosophy of the service to self path. According to the law of one, about 90% of beings in the universe are positively polarized, while 8 to 10% are negatively polarized. And this is why our conception of an alien race that comes here to destroy us in order to use our planetary resources is purely our own invention. There are billions of empty planets that ETs can mine for resources if they need. But the real food supply of all extraterrestrials is finding those rare planets where intelligent life has evolved the capacity to utilize free will. Third density planets such as ours being the ultimate prize. Positive ETs come to be of service and love, while negative ETs come to recruit and enslave. But in either case, consciousness can only polarize when will is given freely. So for this reason, there are galactic federations all across the universe, similar to our own world governments, where advanced planetary civilizations come together to be of service. They closely monitor and protect planets such as our own, which are still in the infancy state of development. Every human is born into the world, into a room of doctors and nurses who guard closely over the birth process. In the same way, every planetary civilization is born into the universe with great care and watchfulness by other more advanced planetary civilizations. There are certain protocols that must be met in order for any extraterrestrial civilization to establish open contact. Firstly, the majority of planetary consciousness must be aware of their presence and welcome it. To land on the front lawn of the White House and walk among us openly would instantly destabilize our planet, collapse world religions, create cults, wars, and this would significantly depolarize any civilization attempting to make contact with us. To eat a fruit that is not yet ripe makes one sick. So for this reason, extraterrestrials have procedures to follow, and the first one is the acclimation phase. This is the phase that we are currently in now, where extraterrestrials are gradually making us aware of their presence in ways that are increasingly undeniable, but also to demonstrate that they do not have hostile intentions. Extraterrestrials can read our collective consciousness the way we can read a thermometer, and until we reach a certain stage of evolution, they must continue to acclimate us. So the answer to the Fermi paradox, in essence, is that we will not make open contact with extraterrestrials until we collectively acknowledge and reach out to them.
So although this topic is very interesting and we could spend all day going through verified encounters that our own military has had with UFOs, clearly displaying technology that we are thousands of years away from, here is really the important point. There's only two rational responses that we should be making to the UFO phenomenon. If we think it is a conspiracy and that all of these craft are our own government, then we should be collectively outraged that our government is hiding this technology from us that could solve every world issue we face overnight and create a worldwide utopia. We could be seeding other star systems and planets, and if our own government is keeping this technology from us, it would be the greatest travesty against humankind in world history. So we should demand that this technology be immediately made available to the public and be used for the greater good of mankind. But if it isn't our own government creating this technology, then we must accept that we are being visited by beings from other worlds, and we should be actively working to establish peaceful contact with them so that they can teach us how to solve our world issues. But for some reason, neither one of these two responses is happening yet. Our collective consciousness still cannot expand our minds enough to consider that such a reality is truly happening, because it's nothing like we imagined it would be in our Hollywood movies. We are still coming out of the third density of consciousness, which is dominated by ego. And the ego is the center of its own universe, and it cannot accept the reality of anything greater than itself. So if we want to establish contact with these benevolent beings who are here to be of service, we are left with only one option. We must evolve out of egoic consciousness and into unity consciousness. So although we are at a truly magical point of our planetary evolution, most people still aren't ready for it yet. And so these extraterrestrials, which are incredibly wise and intelligent and kind, are going to approach our civilization in the same way that we would approach a frightened animal. Slowly and cautiously and patiently, making every attempt to demonstrate that there is no hostile intention. We are in the acclimation phase, and the sooner we begin accepting that, the sooner our species can join the galactic family that is awaiting us in the stars. And in session 6, Dawn asks Ra what the purpose of these craft revealing themselves to us is in the ways that they are. And Ra's response is, to allow those entities of your planet to become aware of infinity, which is often best expressed to the uninformed as the mysterious or the unknown. And there is another way in which these beings are slowly and graciously making us aware of their presence here in these mysterious ways, and that is through the phenomenon of crop circles. Mathematics is the universal language of the cosmos, and sacred geometry is the pictorial representation of this universal language. Sacred geometry is deeply meaningful as it creates the very fabric of life, of consciousness, and space and time. These crop circles are created from sacred geometrical shapes, such as the flower of life, the Vesica Pisces, the fruit of life, and the tesseract. What better way to send a message of peace than by leaving beautiful art? Extraterrestrials have been leaving these crop circles on our planet for well over a century now, in ways that are every bit as undeniable as a flying saucer hovering in the sky. Experts have studied many of these crop circles and discovered that there is no trace of human entrance or exit from these fields where they are imprinted, and in most cases, they are laid down perfectly flat with 6 or 7 layers of grain or stalk perfectly woven over top of one another. There's no greater conspiracy than to say that people are somehow pulling this off. We do not have anywhere near the technology required to accomplish a feat of this magnitude, nor could we even imagine what that technology would look like. Even for us to attempt to accomplish a feat like this would require a team of experts rappelling in from helicopters without being seen or heard by anyone, and would take well over a day to finish, and repeating this hundreds of times over the course of a century. And then the question is, for what? Who benefits from accomplishing these extraordinary feats of art and technology and then taking no credit for it? In most cases, these enormous images appear silently, overnight, or in the middle of the day, and sometimes even within minutes or hours of farmers leaving their cornfields. These are undeniable messages from above, and they're probably giving us all kinds of information within these sacred symbols. The cure for diseases, scientific formulas for gravity and dark energy, the nature of consciousness and evolution, and possibly even the theory of everything. But the most important message that they contain is, we are here. We come in peace, and we are ready to show you the magical and infinite universe that awaits you. These sacred symbols represent the building blocks of reality, and although they are mesmerizing to look at, they are also communicating deep metaphysical truths. And when you begin to study sacred geometry, and you begin to understand what some of these symbols and shapes mean, they have a magical way of quieting your mind and pulling you in. And then, in the silence, they begin to speak. In today's episode, we're going to be covering another one of the foundational tenets in the Law of One, which are the two paths of service to others and service to self. And in many ways, this is the most important concept for us here in third density to have a strong grasp of. As Ra explains, that basically the whole purpose of the third density of consciousness is to allow the soul to choose between the two polarities. And so in our previous episode, we talked about how consciousness, just like the electron, must choose a polarity in order to gain a charge and be able to perform work in consciousness. But what we haven't talked a whole lot about in this series are the philosophies behind these two paths. And so because we discussed the service to others path very heavily in this series, today's episode is going to focus much more on the service to self path. Because as you'll see, this will also help us have a better understanding of the service to others path, because a thing is always known by its opposite. So let's take a closer look into the nature and philosophies of the service to others and service to self paths, and how they differ from one another. The universe is comprised of two equal and opposite forces, which thrust away from each other in order to build the polarized universe, the positive and the negative. These two pairs of opposed spiral vortices dance with one another to create all physical matter in space and time. The more polarized each becomes, the farther away they move from one another, strengthening their capacity for work. And depolarization happens when these two pairs move towards one another. The first and second densities of consciousness build the faculties needed to recognize and understand these polarities. And when consciousness reaches the phase of third density, it cannot polarize any further until it finally commits to either the positive or the negative. The soul must decide which philosophy of the universe it prefers to experience on its evolutionary journey, the positive being service to others, and the negative being service to self. The easiest way to understand these two philosophies is through the analogy of a dream. Both polarities acknowledge the truth that there is only one dreamer or creator in the dream. The negative polarity takes the position that because there is only one dreamer, all other characters in the dream do not exist. They are just projections of my own mind, and so what I do to them is of no consequence. All other dream characters are pawns in my game, to be used for power, control, and manipulation. The service to self entity says, "This is my dream, and I shall set the dream world in order. And whenever the negatively polarized entity successfully controls, enslaves, or manipulates another dream character, it becomes more godlike in the dream, accessing the powers of higher consciousness. This is negative polarization. The positive polarity takes the position that since there's only one dreamer, all characters in the dream are equally the one dreamer. And since the dreamer is infinite, it is equally experiencing all points of view in the dream simultaneously. Because of this, the service to others entity treats all other dream characters just as it would treat itself. And through these acts of service and love, the entity walks closer towards God realization, accessing the same powers of higher consciousness as the negative entity. This is positive polarization. In session 19, Ra describes the basic difference of these two paths as follows. I am Ra. We can speak only in metaphor. Some love the light. Some love the darkness. It is a matter of the unique and infinitely various Creator choosing and playing among its experiences as a child upon a picnic. Some enjoy the picnic and find the sun beautiful, the food delicious, the games refreshing, and glow with the joy of creation. Some find the night delicious, their picnic being pain, difficulty, sufferings of others, and the examination of the perversities of nature. These enjoy a different picnic. All these experiences are available. It is the free will of each entity which chooses the form of play, the form of pleasure. Questioner: I believe we have a very, very important point here. It then seems that there is an extreme potential in this polarization, the same as there is in, to make an analogy, using electricity. We have a positive and a negative pole. The more you build the charge on either of these, the greater the potential difference and the greater the ability to do work, as we call it in the physical. This would seem to me to be the exact analogy that we have in consciousness here. Is this correct? I am Ra. This is precisely correct. So Ra states that the negative entity makes use of the veiling process in third density in order to potentiate that which is not, which is of course separation. So the negative path begins in the third density, which we know correlates to the third chakra of the solar plexus. And this is the chakra where the ego is first created. So the negative entity makes primary use of the orange and yellow ray chakras to continue potentiating and polarizing on the negative path until it eventually becomes a very powerful, masterful, and finely tuned ego. And this continues for the remainder of its soul's evolutionary journey. So one of the main misconceptions I hear about negative entities is that a service to self entity is basically one who goes around kidnapping and murdering and torturing people like an evil mustache twirling villain. And this is, of course, profoundly not the case. It's more accurate to think about a service to self entity as a slick talking cult leader, or a corrupt politician, or maybe a military dictator. And this is because the negative path polarizes primarily through acquiring another's free will, meaning they must convince the other self to adopt their philosophy and willingly initiate themselves into a voluntary enslavement, where one becomes the master and the other becomes the servant. So one of the first distinctions we can see between the two paths is that the service to others path is always about power for the other, while the service to self path is always about power over the other. The negative path is always based on hierarchies, where the elites enjoy the power at the top of the pecking order, and the minions sort of carry out the grunt work at the bottom, while hoping to one day achieve a position at the top. So for this reason, negative social memory complexes are constantly breaking down and reformulating, as these battles are always taking place between entities in the group to ensure that the proper positions of power have been achieved. But there are also nuances to the negative path, where things like the killing, the torturing, and sexual possession of others does come into play for negative polarization. The service to self path pulls its basic philosophy of the universe from the second density. It sees a universe of pure survival and competition and domination. So the negative entity thinks to itself, look, the lion kills and eats the gazelle, and the creator doesn't bat an eye. There's clearly no justice or morality or rules to this universe, other than the rules that I make, because I alone am the God of this universe. And so the more that I can bend others to my will and to obey my rules, the more godlike I will become. This is the basic mentality of the service to self entity. And so in this way, it's very likely that the negative path will begin its polarization by carrying out rituals such as the killing and torturing of others while feeling absolutely no remorse whatsoever. Only the power gained through the conquering and dominating of the other self. And although this is not directly stated in the Law of One, this is a classic practice of black ritual magic, which Ra does state that the negative entities do perform. But once the fear of death and empathy towards others have been completely conquered, there's likely not a whole lot of benefit left for a negative entity to just continue killing and torturing others, except in rare cases where it can interfere with or eliminate a service to others act from taking place. But what the negative entity really needs is to enslave and possess, which means that it must become a master in the art of manipulation. So for this reason, Ra states that negative entities are very wise and crafty and intelligent. They also state that they're typically very beautiful in appearance, because that makes it a whole lot easier to manipulate someone. So you might picture an attractive, smooth-talking salesman who's selling the philosophy of service to self. They come well-dressed and well-spoken, with a great smile and pearly white teeth. You might also picture a Thanos-type character from the Avengers, who dazzles you with his amazing power and looks at you and says, "If you serve me, I can make you great. I can show you powers and pleasures beyond your wildest dreams."
I am inevitable.
One of the more accurate depictions of the universe we live in is found, ironically, in the Hollywood classic series of Star Wars. There is the light side and the dark side of the Force, the Jedi and the Sith, or service to others and service to self. They both use the same force, but through two different philosophies. And we see an excellent example of the service to self recruitment process in Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. This is the scene where Emperor Palpatine is seeking to recruit Anakin to the dark side of the Force, which will in turn allow Palpatine to become even more powerful. And in this scene, they engage in a conversation about the dark side of the Force.
The Jedi use their power for good.
Good is a point of view, Anakin. The Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way.
The Sith rely on their passion for their strength. They think inwards, only about themselves.
And the Jedi don't.
The Jedi are selfless. They only care about others.
Later in the movie, when Palpatine exposes himself as a Sith Lord to Anakin, he asks him,
Are you going to kill me?
I would certainly like to.
I know you would. I can Gives you focus. Makes you stronger.
In the final scene, Anakin accepts Palpatine as his master in exchange for Palpatine's promise to teach him the powers of the dark side, which Anakin can use to save Padme's life.
I pledged myself to your teachings.
A powerful Sith you will become.
So this is a perfect example of how the service to self path is always built upon hierarchy and a pecking order, as Ra would say. But another great example of the difference between these two paths is seen through that of sexual energy transfer. Ra states that positively polarized entities exchange primarily green ray sexual energy, which is the giving to the other with no expectation of return. Whereas in the negative polarity, it's just the opposite. In session 87, question 25, Ra states, "In positive polarities, true sharing is almost universal. In negative polarities, true blockage so that the conqueror obtains orgasm and the conquered almost never is almost universal." Sexual energy transfer on the negative path is always about domination and possession, which means that to give the entity being dominated any pleasure would be an act of service, which would actually depolarize the dominating entity. So sexual transfer of the negative path is always about the dominating entity receiving as much pleasure as possible while actively denying the dominated entity as much pleasure as possible. And so in this way, we can see how the negative entity continues to build distortions and blockages in the lower three chakras until it has built up a kind of energetic, impenetrable wall of defense, which it can then use to achieve power and control over the other. And interestingly enough, Ra also states that in the same way that the positive entity can reach contact with intelligent infinity by unblocking and balancing the chakra network, the negative entity can actually achieve the same feat through distorting and blocking the lower three chakras. In session 32, Ra states, "The negative path, as you would call it, uses a combination of the yellow ray and the orange ray in its polarization patterns. These rays, used in dedicated fashion, will bring about a contact with intelligent infinity." Ra says on a few occasions that the negative polarity is a much more difficult path to tread because it is built upon high entropy, disharmony, and separation. The negative polarity essentially denies the ultimate truth of the universe, which is unity, and unity is expressed as love. So this is why Ra refers to the negative polarity as the path of that which is not. It is built upon the illusion of separation. So polarization on the service to others path is much easier because it doesn't require the manipulation of another's free will, but only on the free giving and sharing of love and service with no expectation of return. So whether or not the service is accepted or rejected makes no difference because polarization will still take place. Whereas on the negative path, it's all about enslavement and control of the other, which means it must be willingly accepted by the other in order for that polarization to happen. So this is why negative entities are far more protective and cautious about losing negative polarity, because it's much harder to acquire. So they're not willing to take the kinds of risks that positive entities are willing to take. A question that I commonly hear on this topic is, why does the Creator need the negative polarity? Why can't the Creator know itself through love and light alone? And the important distinction here is that the Creator doesn't need the negative polarity to be what it is. It only needs it to know what it is. Because as we said at the beginning, A thing can only be known by its opposite. So the Creator always is pure love and light, but it can't know what it is without experiencing the contrast of its opposite. So the negative polarity serves the very important function of being the mirror to love, or the reflection of the light, because light can only be seen in the presence of darkness. And so this is why Ra states again and again that the positive and the negative polarities are equally valid. So we can see the important function that both polarities serve. The positive is meant to be that polarity which expresses all the Creator is, while the negative is meant to be that polarity which expresses all the Creator is not. They are supposed to be perfect opposites, yin and yang, where there is no overlap at all. Truth and illusion, real and unreal. And so this is why in the sharing of love, both entities involved win, in that they both move one step closer to reality. And in the sharing of separation, both entities involved lose, in the sense that they move one step further from reality. And this is seen in Ra's explanation of why the negative path must eventually concede to the positive path. Once the negative polarity reaches early to mid sixth density, the entity finds itself at a kind of impasse, because no matter what it does, it cannot achieve any further charge of negative polarity, because an illusion can only go so far. So after spending some time of metaphysically beating its head against the wall, the negative entity eventually concedes and reverses its polarity to the positive in order to continue its evolution. And so because all polarity essentially ends at mid-sixth density, this is the point where total unity and non-duality in consciousness is attained. Reality can have no true opposite. There can only be the illusion of unreality. But in order for the non-dual reality to be known, duality must first be known. And this is the purpose that polarity serves. But because the negative polarity denies the reality of love, it cannot complete its return back to the Creator, because the one Creator contains no separation. So the negative polarity must eventually concede and acknowledge the reality of love. Oneness is the ultimate truth of the universe, and this is the foundation upon which the service to others path stands. So the choice, as always, is yours. All that truly matters is to know the game you're playing. You are an eternal soul on a journey of evolution who has come here to make the important decision of choosing which polarity your soul prefers. You might prefer to spend your journey howling at the pale moonlight and groping around in the darkness. Or you might prefer to spend it dancing in the sunlight over fields of unity and love. Neither choice is right or wrong, for all returns back to the one in the end, and that one is love and light. So now, I'll leave you as always with one final quote from Ra. I am Ra. The law of one blinks neither at the light or the darkness, but is available for service to others and service to self. However, service to others results in service to self, thus preserving and further harmonizing the distortions of those entities seeking intelligent infinity through these disciplines. It should be noted, carefully pondered, and accepted that the law of one is available to any social memory complex which has decided to strive together for any seeking of purpose, be it service to others or service to self. The laws, which are the primal distortions of the law of one, then are placed into operation and the illusion of space-time is used as a medium for the development of the results of those choices freely made. Thus all entities learn, no matter what they seek.